Okay, we're all set to continue. Thank you. You said Chris was next?
Chris, yes.
Okay.
Good morning. Can I be heard?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Chris Gilmer Hill. I'm a lifelong resident of a precinct delegate for Palmer Woods and a lifelong resident of the Palmer Park area. I'd like to speak about a few COIs in my area and around sort of the borders of Detroit that I think the commission is currently getting a bit wrong in their mapping process. So firstly, I'd like to address something a bit further east, which is the way that the commission is currently drawing the Grosse Pointes St. Clair Shores COI. It excludes all of the non-white parts of that COI. And in particular, I'm talking about Harper Woods. There is a real coherent COI that includes all of Harper Woods and all of the Grosse Pointes, in addition to parts of South Clair Shores. And I know that's something that would sort of alter the partisanship of that district, but it would alter it in a way that it helps to preserve partisan fairness. The commission is breaking apart what's currently a safely democratic district. And given the other districts that are being touched, the only way to preserve partisan fairness is to create districts that are also similarly blue, or to create a new blue district somewhere else. Those are both going to be not only reasonably necessary, but absolutely necessary as considerations to preserve partisan fairness. Now, speaking a bit closer to the Palmer Park area, well, I'd like to stress that you can't just follow 8 Mile blindly as a guide. My area does still have a lot of ties with Ferndale, both as the LGBT community of interest. It does still exist around here, and that was spoken to previously by other commenters, as well as a lot of economic ties. It's possible to include Ferndale and Pleasant Ridge in a new District 7 that doesn't include as much of the other parts of Oakland County, that is still Detroit-centric, by connecting the Palmer Park area with places like Russell Woods and Boston Edison that have a lot more in common. I'll submit a map in Districtor that I think does a much better job of keeping these COIs together without totally breaking up other communities of interest that surround it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Jamie Rowe.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. This commission's been given an immense responsibility, and the people of our state expect you to fulfill your duty. The first priority they established to guide your efforts is that districts be of equal population and must comply with the Voting Rights Act and federal laws. Brave plaintiffs came forward and argued in federal court that the maps you adopted violated the Voting Rights Act. I was at the field meeting in Detroit in 2021 when the people of the city rose up to tell you that your work disadvantaged their ability to elect people from their community and were violations of the Voting Rights Act. You didn't listen. Instead, you listened to highly paid experts who told you it was okay to crack Detroit and use race in making determinations on where certain areas should be spread, so that you could achieve the fourth priority listed by the people of Michigan for a nebulous term of partisan fairness. And in the process, you failed in your first priority, compliance with the Voting Rights Act, to prioritize priority number 4. As a result, the product you put forward, the people of our state's largest city, which has benefited for 6 decades from the protections of the Voting Rights Act, have been forced to live with unconstitutional districts which violate the act. Your duty is to fix that problem first and to do it quickly. The experts hired by this commission were wrong on MAP's compliance with the Voting Rights Act. They were wrong when they told you they would be victorious in court, and they are wrong today in urging you to continue to litigate this process, which has already cost Michigan taxpayers more than $5 million. It's time to end the litigation. It's astounding that our Secretary of State is arguing in court that our elections would be threatened unless we keep unconstitutional districts because she is unable to perform her ministerial duties. This process has been done in this state for 2 centuries, and for most of that time without the benefits of supercomputers we have today. Your job today is to fix your mistakes and create districts that comply with the Voting Rights Act. Ignore the.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Vlad. Next on our agenda is the collaborative mapping process by the commission. We will continue mapping the Detroit area of the State House map. And it is currently my turn, I believe. So I see that we have Kent Stigall.
Yes, I'm here. Want me to share this screen?
Yes, please.
Can everybody see the screen right now?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that I want to work on version 4 that we worked on yesterday.
Now we have blocks and townships and everything working now. I got that done this morning,
Thank you.
and I admit I had my fingers crossed. So with that
So
said,
this is the one that the districts are locked that are not in question, plus those 3 that we felt needed to be changed. Is that correct?
yes, and all this white area is the unassigned geography of the Detroit area.
Okay. So I think I would like to start up by 13 and 10.
Okay, do you want me to cut on the neighborhood layer?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And could you increase the size of the
Yes.
population?
Yep. How's that?
Okay, scroll down a little so I can see 10 and 13,
Right.
8 and 9.
Okay.
Okay, so um what is a number that we need? 12 or 11? Could do 11. It'll be right there next to
Yep.
10.
11 and 12 right in there. Yes. Previous maps, I think 11 was down here and 12 was here, but
Oh.
they can be renumbered at any moment. So,
Right. Okay, so choose 11
okay.
and choose that East Point area to start.
This area here.
Yes.
This area. Okay. Oh, all of it, I assume. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's a slow going this morning. I'm a little sluggish, obviously. I didn't know I was, but it appears I am. East Point. 11.
And
Let me
um,
change that color now so that 11 is almost invisible to me anyway.
right.
So we'll make it a dark blue. All right.
Okay. I think I have a little bit of a lag, but zoom out a little. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so that's, can you select that Harper Woods?
Yes.
And
So-
I just want to see the population.
Right. The whole area. I'm gonna do it by VTD. So the Harper Woods area is approximately up here left is 15,492.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, you can put that in 11. Then I want to take some out to add to 10 because it needs a little population.
So we'll go to the block level or precinct.
You could try precinct.
Okay, what area?
So
I want to get I'm going to turn the population totals on.
yeah, that will help.
1 minute so we can see what we're doing. Nope. Nope. Where? Double click. Okay. Okay, so this precinct here, can you read these black numbers?
Now I can, yeah.
Okay, that's this area, this precinct goes around this point, it's 2,318. As we go up, this precinct is 2,855.
Can you zoom out just a little bit? I can't see up the,
Okay,
up.
it's coming.
Okay,
It's on its way.
okay, that I want, I can't see where the precinct boundaries are of
All
that.
right, I'm
upper
going to
one.
select it and I'll make it easier.
Okay,
That's precinct there. It has 2,318 people. The precinct up north where my cursor is 3,000. This precinct,
yeah. Okay, yeah, the 3,000. Put that one in 10, please.
okay, now 10 is 0.53% over. 0.53% over.
Okay, thank you. So if you could zoom out just like one click.
I did. We just got to wait for it to get there.
Okay. All right, so for in 11, would you put Regent Park and Maple Ridge?
Yes, into 11.
And then Eden Gardens.
Eden Garden. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, straight down. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Of course, that crosses into other neighborhoods, but
I think we're going to choose all those neighborhoods. So Wade and Ravendale.
and that precinct went a little into Chandler Park. Chandler Park.
So I would like you to choose Fox Creek and then all of that is above there.
Okay, so something like this
Yeah. And put
and more
over to 10.
like that and that. Something like that.
Yeah,
I
all of,
mean, you probably
all-
want, yeah, okay, we'll sign it and then you can take out what
yeah.
doesn't work for you. I need to put that little piece in right there, whatever that is. So now 11 is approximately 25,000, 26,000 over.
Okay. So take out the bottom ones. So Chandler Park and Fox Creek. And the little part that's below that got chosen.
Right. I need to
Just
I'm gonna shift that
approximate.
into 12 or just unassign it.
Just unassign it.
Okay.
And then
that's a split precinct to
Yeah.
follow the boundary line.
We
But
can take care of that detail later, but
you're
just
right.
trying to get approximate.
Yeah, we're still 22,000 over on 11.
Okay, so I want those bottom three, Wade, Ravendale, and Chandler Park, and
Mhm.
probably Chandler Park Chalmers as well.
Right.
Unassigned.
Okay. Oh, that puts 11 at still at 18,000 over.
I remember hearing that Cornerstone Village, English Village, and Morningside kind of go together. Donna, I think, were you talking about that, or maybe it was Brittany? But okay. Well, I want to leave those together with this district. So let's try taking out, yeah, over on that side, Wade, the rest of Ravendale, Eden Gardens.
We're at 12,000 over. East Point has a lot of people in it, is what that's why I think this district is
Yeah.
getting very compact.
Okay, so try taking out Outer Drive, Hayes.
And now 11 is 5,000 people. I'm going to zoom in one click to maybe get even a better image. So you're sitting on 5,000 over.
And take out Maple Ridge.
Now 11, the number is 0.22% high. And down here at Morningside, we'd probably want to add those back in to make
Yeah.
the neighborhood whole and take those out to make the neighborhood whole. You want to do
Oh,
that?
so, okay, so, and that's with Morningside out, or Maple Ridge out. Is
Correct.
that,
Where, yes.
because the numbers don't catch up for me, it looks like, but,
Right.
okay, so yeah, I would like to go fix up those block areas
Do the essential,
to make the neighborhoods whole.
this block. I'm just highlighting right now, and then one thing at a time. Okay, so this act assigning this will make Morningside whole. What am I doing? I thought I'm on this side. So let's go to 11 and now assign it. There we go. So the next step after this assigns that area would be to unassign these little pieces.
Right.
Okay. Which is yeah, I need to get that precisely cleaned up. There's no population in these little bitty blocks. I'll put that back. I'll put that back. Let's see. I'm trying to get these very small blocks. Okay. There's some little stuff in there, but for now, And I just need to fix up this one little piece down here. Evidently, we got a median of the road or something, not. Maybe you should unassign it. It's very small area, it's hard to see. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should hit that, I don't know. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll finish it. So everything's done that you suggested. So 11 now is 1.17 above ideal, 1.17% above ideal.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it there for right now. So thank you. And the next commissioner to draw is Rebecca Zatella.
Good morning, Kent. Sorry about that.
I was blacked out as well. Good morning.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that.
Yeah, I just looked up and saw, okay.
You are a black blob.
Mhm.
All right. So I would like to save this map and close it out. And then we're going to open up map version 3.
Okay, because we, posted those plans on the website, I think our policy has been, remind me if it's not, since it's been posted and made public at this point, we would copy it and do edits since it's a new day. Is that
Yep.
not how we've been doing it? Okay.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you to do. So I'm looking for version 3.
And we'll give it,
And are you going to change the date on that now? So it will be 1/18 or does,
yes.
okay.
I
Yep,
did not
that's
do that on
exactly
that.
what I was going to request.
I did not do that on that other plan, but it was very incomplete. So we can name that however we want to do it. This would be that other plan, let's call it. I'm gonna go back and rename it when that plan comes up. And we'll call it, version 1 with today's date.
Okay.
So next time we bring that up, somebody remind me to get that naming convention improved, corrected. Okay. So that would be 18 version 2 for today.
Okay.
I'm going to zoom in and get the matrix tables right as soon as thing finishes loading.
Okay.
All right, 11 is invisible. Does that matter at this point? Do you want me?
No, it's fine for me
Okay.
as long as I can see the 2 districts around it.
Okay.
So can you put on the layer of that shape map that I sent you the other day? Because I want to work in that area of 10 and 12, exactly where you had your cursor.
Yeah. There's a way to overlay it, but I'm going to do it like this.
Yep, that's how I normally do it. Just add the shape file.
Yeah, I got to go back in here, and it is. No, that's not it. Okay, it's in the downloads. Some of the stuff just starts running all together sometimes.
Yeah, I believe it had my initials on it, RAS at the end.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for it. It's here.
If you can't find it, I can do it from memory. It's all right.
No, I mean it's here. I thought it, where it would be isn't where it is. So that kind of messes me up. All right, this is not that.
That's all right. Let's just do it from
All
memory.
right.
I can do it.
I'll take it up here. I'm sorry. I thought it was sitting right in front of me, and that's why I'm confused why I'm not looking at it. But I uploaded it, didn't I?
I don't know. So,
Yes, it's on the website, so, all right, go ahead.
okay,
Well-
so what we're gonna do is, it's actually funny that commenter called in and was talking about Harper Woods and putting it into District 10 because that's what I did in this plan. So I want to give that as an additional version because we have received mixed public comments. Some people say put Harper Woods with Grosse Pointe, some people say don't. So I want to take Harper Woods and put it into District 10.
Okay,
And let's try to, are you able to do the townships now?
yes,
Okay, that's awesome. That's super
yeah,
easy.
that's what I was working on this morning. I say that. And, so far, so good. That's 15,492 into 10.
Yep.
Backing out, zooming
Okay.
out. And
So
next-
now we're going to have to add population to 12. So we're going to come over to the border between 12 and 13. And we're
Okay.
going to grab those lower precincts just to the left of East Point. And just
Oh.
start at the bottom and move up until we hit that 15.
You want to go all the way over to where it says 38?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm just going to highlight all these, and that number there is 14,821.
So go ahead, put that into 12.
Okay. And for those that can't read it, 12 is at 0.1%, 0.1 under.
Okay.
And 10 is still,
Yep. So now we're going to have to grab some population from 10 and put it into 13. So I want you to start grabbing those precincts just along the edge there. I don't want to go all the way up to the lake shore. So just grab that first row of precincts. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of population there.
yeah, that all those three is 7,000, is that correct?
Yep.
And not going to the lake shore, just
So grab, yep, that and the one above it. What's that look like?
that right there is 4,000, and now 13 is 5.2% low, so
So we need to grab one more. Let's grab that one more lower precinct.
that precinct is 3,100.
Yeah. Actually,
Kind of got a funny shape, but that's the precinct, so
yeah, can you undo that for a second?
yes.
So rather than do that, can you grab that? I think it's 1737 block that's in.
I'm
Uh-oh.
sorry, my
shoot.
computer just
It's
autobound
okay.
just shut down and decided to take a little nap. Snooze, blinked, hiccup, whatever we want to call it. Back, I'm loading up the plan again, and I'm going to share the screen.
Oh, we gotta start over. That's okay.
Completely over.
Looks like it.
Yep. Well, yeah, 10's edited, but yeah. Well, I think I can remember exactly.
Yep. So just put Harper Woods into 10.
Yeah. Oh, yep. So this time we're going to say judiciously, even though I didn't think we had done that much to garner concern, but not that.
110.
Yeah, right. Had it halfway right.
That might be a discontinuity.
Mhm. I had it half right. All right. So then we go back to
Yep. So back to
Precinct.
west of East Point, grab those precincts there, the 5 of them.
these are going.
Okay, and then what I was gonna suggest is that one little cube that's sitting on the top of East Point, let's put that into 13 first, and then we'll go back to St. Clair Shores.
So,
Because I believe that's part of Roseville that's just kind of chopped off and put in with the lower
yeah,
district.
that's the township boundary.
Yeah,
Probably done. I mean, you know, y'all know it. Those little things would get done to balance numbers in the final versions of stuff. So 12 is 1.99% low.
so it's good. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's go do the same thing with the St. Clair Shores, grab those outside precincts, put them into 13. I think the top 5, we'll see where we're at with that.
Kind of got over into here. I don't know. Oh, that's one precinct right
Mhm.
there. So, okay. Did we continue down here? Is that what?
Grab that last block that's kind of sticking out, jutting out. Nope, one up higher. That block, yeah.
So 13 is 3.27 under.
Under, and what is 10? 10 can give a little. So let's try that last precinct.
That may be a bit much
Yeah, we might have
for
to pull something
somebody,
back.
but here it goes.
Let's try it.
Okay. Yep. I
So
got
is
a little-
everything looks good. Okay, so we're below 5 deviation. So if you, oh, it looks like we got a little carve out there. I don't know what that is.
census block,
Yeah.
sync based. I'm gonna select it and then you can decide to do what you want to do with it.
It looks like it should be part of 12. It looks like it's part of precinct in 12. So
Yeah.
let's put it there.
It's part of that highway. Actually, I think
Yeah.
this precinct is the problem. So
Yep. So put it into 12, please.
here, yes. So your numbers for 10 is at minus 1.47%, 11 is minus 2.05, 12 is minus 1.99. All of them are under 2.1%.
Yep, so that's good. So you can just save and that's my turn.
Okay, so the next commissioner to map is Janice Villette.
Okay, I would like to close this one. And I would like to use, Cynthia, what was that you did? Was it 4?
4.
4.
From yesterday. That's yesterday's plan. Now, is this the one we were working on just a little while ago with?
Yeah, Cynthia.
Cynthia. So
Yeah,
I'm going
just
to
do that.
copy this plan and give it today's date and today's version. Right, because that still has yesterday's on. That makes sense. And at some point when we finish up yesterday version, I'll unwind so that it matches what's on the website. Same name, same everything. So this would be what Commissioner Orton worked on momentarily, our first thing. Okay. That, yeah, that is what Commissioner Orton did. And- Okay, Commissioner Villette, ready?
Your sound is really low, Janice.
Yeah, I could.
Still low? I'll talk louder.
That's better.
That's better? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you go like below number 4? Down south, like to River Rouge?
Yes, here's 4. Can you see 4 and 3 difference? Or do
Right.
I need to
So I
change-
want to start in the River Rouge area.
Okay,
So I'm going to take that area, River Rouge.
okay, and make it 1.
I think we need a new district, don't we?
Yes, one is empty. That's what I'm asking. Do you want to make that, give it the number one? Or-
Sure.
Okay. Do we need to zoom in here more? Can everybody see the table? Okay, I'm ready to,
Okay, so can you put up the neighborhoods?
yes. So the neighborhoods, can you read that?
Yes,
Read
I can.
Boynton, Oakwood Heights, Carbon Works.
Okay, and can you take River Rouge and Boynton?
I got into Oakwood Heights. Want me to remove Oakwood Heights or leave it in there?
Go ahead and leave it in there.
So that district starts out, that area is 13,000, 661. So you have 78,000 to go.
Okay, take Carbon Works.
I got in up into here. Do you want to go up this way is my question?
You know, I'm not really certain.
Okay.
Commissioner Ede,
Let me clear this. Carbon Works.
Commissioner Ede, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
I'm doing
Okay.
it by precincts.
You're familiar with this area. Can you help me? Should I go north or should I go along the water?
I would, can you zoom out for a moment? Ken?
Okay, you need 70,000 people.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of people. I think you might need to do both. I would start by taking those areas that are adjacent to 4 and 3 and working your way
Okay,
up from there.
Claytown and Spring Wells?
Like that.
Yes,
Okay. We got a little cut right here that splits the neighborhood, but we can fix, I suggest fixing those, when we get closer to your number.
okay. And then continue up by 4 and 9, Anthony, or should I even it off?
Well, you still need a lot of population, so I would just keep going.
Okay, so take all of those, the
I'm just
Chesney.
I'm just clicking on these. I'm not making decisions. I'm just,
Okay, so take
that's only 15,000 and you need 40 some.
okay, so take Chedsday Condor, that Condon.
And that goes into course. We're at 20,000 and.
Okay, so Anthony, are we good on the neighborhoods? I mean, are those okay? Do they?
Yeah, I mean, you're more downriver now, which is, I'm more familiar with the downtown, midtown area, but I mean, so far you're okay. And because of how we have 4, it's the only way to go to gain population.
Okay, so
But these are these are downriver areas for sure.
okay, so take can't go all the way over to Medical Center and downtown. Take all of those in there.
That precinct just runs up the river. We'll chop that off with blocks. All right.
Okay,
Let me just highlight some of these all right. That area is 30,000. This does not have population. That's just the river water block getting lit up. We'll cut that off somewhere. Anyway, you want to sign what we have so far?
right, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Zatella has her hand up.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we have Marcus on, because isn't he from Lincoln Park? I'm just wondering if he has.
Marcus,
I mean, Delray and whatnot is all industrial more than residential. So I mean, I wouldn't, as far as going to downtown Detroit, think they're a little bit different.
Oh, down further south, huh?
Yeah, it's River Rouge, Delray, it's a lot of industrial. Springwell's is industrial.
So what would you suggest? I mean, I've got the
Right.
Canada on one side.
Right. I don't know. I think you don't, we'll almost have to go more into 4, but then I don't know how we'll adjust 4. Because that part of Dearborn over there is industrial and part of Melvindale is industrial.
Well, 4 could take another 11,000. So
3 could technically lose a couple thousand people too.
3.
Well, 3 was, did y'all lock 3?
Yeah, 3 is,
All 3 was locked, that's right.
Yeah,
Yep.
3 is locked. Well, you
Yep.
can definitely go into 4 and then just
Yeah.
rearrange 4 later.
Okay, so Claytown.
I'd just like to point out real quick, yeah, Claytown's one, that 4 is almost surrounded, not all entirely, but 3, 16 in this plan. These districts are all locked around 4.
Right.
But 4 can also take 11,000 people.
Absolutely. And, okay.
So
So we,
you could probably take in some of that lower area that we've got into 1, go into 4 instead, and then start 1 a little bit farther north. That makes sense.
Tell me the neighborhoods that you're thinking of.
I guess we'll have to use like Delray, Rouge, Oakwood, and that, and see if it kind of finishes 4 off. That south end of 1. It's like from Clayton Town, Springwells, down towards.
Okay, around 4 and 3.
Yes.
Are you talking Oakwood Heights also?
Yeah, we may have to, I guess we'd have to, because otherwise it'd be blocked out where we couldn't do anything with it.
we
Because
could,
that lower section only like 10,000 people. Yeah, that like they're straight south.
you want to look at what's in here? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
and Commissioner Callahan has her hand up as well.
I'm gonna.
I was gonna say that little triangle from District 4 that's sticking out, I think it's running along, is that Grand River there? Called Midwest. You could take that one into 1 and 4 can move more into, I think it's, I can't see the numbers.
Donna,
Surgeon
your
is having-
connection is really
Noisy.
staticky.
Okay.
I'm locking I'm sorry, I'm locked some of the districts when we imported them. They didn't come in as locked. So I just locked like 2, 3 and up to there. Okay, I'm sorry. That's distracting, but here we go.
Well, I mean, four's got this little triangle that's sticking out to the east.
The
You could
Midwest?
take that into the east. Yes.
Take
And then
that-
instead of taking in downtown, I might, I think I would cross over Grand River and take up those upper neighborhoods that are hanging out there a little bit.
Okay, so you're talking about Midwest.
Midwest, and then if you cross over that boundary there, you've got Northwest Goldberg, Woodbridge, Elijah McCoy.
And what district are you saying you would put those in?
1.
But then
Okay.
4 is blocked off.
No, 4's
Well,
open.
4 would have to take some from the one that's northeast of it. I can't see what the number on that is, but I think it's 8.
9.
This is
Or is it 9
9.
now?
The pink is 9.
Okay, then, yeah, I'd have to probably take some out of 9, and 9's got room to grow in other directions.
Okay, so let's
You're
put,
still things a little bit, right?
we're gonna put Midwest into 9, right?
That Midwest is going to go into 1.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1,
Yes.
sorry. Kent,
All right, I'm just selecting it. If this is, make sure this is what was the intent. Um, something like that into 1.
yes.
So 1 now is minus 3.5 low.
But we also made 9 low.
Well, 9 can grow to the east, right?
Are you talking about that Goldberg and Elijah McCoy, or?
Well, Goldberg and Elijah McCoy could go into 1 because that's the only direction it can, that district can grow is towards that way.
But down
9 is,
in the South, Marcus seemed to think that I was mixing industrial areas with areas that weren't industrial. Marcus, did you have something to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, downtown Detroit's and Corktown is completely different than Delray, and as far as what the communities are.
Okay,
I would agree. I would take downtown out of 1 myself and take those northern neighborhoods in that are next to 1 instead of taking in downtown. I mean, I
Okay.
know downriver is very industrial, but you got to get some population somewhere. So you're going to have some neighborhoods.
okay, so we're gonna unassign downtown.
That would be my suggestion.
Oh, and Anthony, you have something to say?
You know, I was gonna say that kind of the same thing. You could unassign like downtown, Corktown, and that area, at least downtown, and you could either go into 9 or into 4. And if you go into 4, you can move 9 westward, and that also kind of creates a more downtown centric district, different from District 8, because on the other map, V1, folks were saying that District 8 stretched too far. So that could be a strategy.
I agree with Anthony. Yeah.
Okay, Anthony, say that again.
Well, you unassign downtown. That was like the main thing. So
Okay.
now you got to get 1 right. And I think Marcus was saying could be a good idea to go into the more industrial parts of Dearborn in 4.
Okay, now Dearborn is kind of your area, isn't it?
I mean, there's a large Middle Eastern population, and I'm Middle Eastern, but we have 3 locked in this map and 15 locked in this map, which are both districts centered on the Middle Eastern community of interest. But 4 is unlocked, so it's what we have to work with. And if Marcus says that those areas are more industrial,
Okay,
I
so
say go
if we take from 4, it's gonna put 4 even lower. Where are we gonna take from to bring the population back up of 4?
I think you could bring 9 over. You could bring 9 left. And then, 4 could be in a different area.
Okay, Marcus, did you think that would solve the industrial area?
I mean, it could. I mean, probably part of the industrials in 3. So which I was trying not to. There was nothing wrong with that, Matt. So I mean, yeah, we'd have to go into 4.
Okay, so we're going to do how much of this are we going to do?
Maybe Kent can just select and see what the population is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kent?
Yeah, Dearborn is, are we talking about selecting like these precincts adjoining one in Dearborn?
Yeah, the east side of it, and then you got
Yes.
Yeah.
Goldberg.
So, okay, I'll highlight, like, this precinct is 4,000. This precinct here is 32, so we're up to 7,500. That would be, total of 10,000 people right there, which actually would take you from being underpopulated in one to overpopulated in one.
So, okay, so do that, because we'll take from one somewhere else. Maybe.
Yeah. So, one, technically it's at 1.72% over, which is, under your 2%. It's under a 2% deviation.
So what do you guys think?
And we do have some neighborhood cleaning up, like,
Anthony?
I think you could go a little further even and take off like Cork. So I would take off Corktown, North Corktown, and Core City and continue to add areas that you just added.
Okay, so we're gonna add these ones that Kent had highlighted, which is gonna put us over, right?
yeah, but you
Okay,
are
so-
a little bit over
Okay,
right.
so put us over.
Yeah, it's done. I mean, we did it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah.
And then Anthony, you said to take out Core City and North Corktown and unassign them and Corktown?
Well, if the goal here is kind of, from what I'm hearing, to make a like downriver / industrial district, then yeah, having Corktown, North Corktown, and Core City, you're getting more into the downtown Detroit area. So I
Okay.
would suggest taking those off and just adding more to one on the other side. And then we can
Okay, so
explore later.
can you unassign those?
Not almost.
Marcus, do you happen to have an opinion on Mexican Town?
No, I just don't.
We got partial. Herbert Richard, do you want it to go more or less? Which way? See, some of these precincts, we have to do it by blocks really, because it's gonna.
One is still
No,
low.
we need, yeah, and this area is fragmented now, so I'll zoom in, and it kind of got to do it by blocks now. Hubbard Farms, where do you desire that to be?
Commissioner Andrada.
Yes, I am a little bit familiar with Southwest Detroit, and I would keep Mexican Town, Hubbard Farms, Central Southwest, Spring Wells, Delray, all together. That's Southwest Detroit.
Okay, that curved area.
All this, I think, Commissioner Andrada, did I hear you say essentially, these areas that I'm circling,
yeah,
go with
right.
that?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna assign those to one.
Okay. And I'm just trying to get the whole kind of neighborhoods by doing it like this. Trying not to miss any neighborhoods. Need a little cleaning up to do, but this area here was part of Chadesy, Condon. I'm trying to, just. So these blocks need to be, I guess, unassigned, to follow what you've been doing.
Okay, so.
I'm just realigning, trying to get the district boundary to follow neighborhood boundaries to the best I can.
And West Side Industrial seems to be split, the neighborhood.
I'll zoom back out as soon as I can. I'm not going to do too much of this right now because we, still got a lot of work
So
to do. West Side Industrial,
one-
yes, it is.
one needs 3,004. We really took a lot out of there. So any
That's-
suggestions?
That section where your cursor's at runs up by the Ambassador, which is all kind of still that industrial and start before it gets into the downtown type.
That where he's got his cursor?
Yeah,
That long section
Yep.
along? So you want to we should put that in one?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's down by the Ambassador Bridge, and a bunch of trucking in the food terminals.
Yeah, I'm trying to, at this point, get the neighborhoods all in there. Some of these little like census blocks, you need to zoom in and really decide which district. But at this point, like this whole area is unassigned, so it's really no, point in getting to the nitty gritty of a handful of people at this point. Just like right here, those neighborhoods are slightly split. Okay. Next.
okay. I'm not certain if I'm really messed it up because like 4 is like so low now.
But we can grab some from 9 for 4.
Okay, so should I leave 1 as it is? It still needs 2,000 people.
I think Anthony was suggesting you could go a little further into Dearborn.
Anthony,
Is that right?
That could work.
that where his cursor is? Where the number 4 is?
Yeah, just like continue what you were doing earlier, like this area here. You could just do any of those precincts and it should put you right at about what you need.
I think that's gonna do it right there, what he's got highlighted.
I'm not suggesting that. I was just trying to.
I know,
3,200. This
but
is
add that to 1.
this is 2,500. Whatever. And that takes you to 0.63%.
Okay, so I think 1 is good. And I'm done. Somebody needs to fix 4. Sorry. Oh,
Okay,
Richard, fix 4.
next is Commissioner Wagner.
Hello, I think you want to save this one and bring up the one earlier from Commissioner Zatella's turn, please.
Will you say, yeah,
Hers was labeled the second plan. if I open the wrong plan, or this isn't where anybody wants to start working, please feel free to get me on the right plan. I don't want to be making edits to something, to the wrong plan. Okay, here we are. This light colored area, we can, it's 11, I'm sorry, and we can change that color, or right now it has good contrast, but
Can you zoom in, please, Kat? And Commissioner Zatella, if you could help as well. Is Commissioner Curry on?
No,
where should I zoom in?
I would like to see population variances in the area and like 11, and let's see where we're at.
Which district? It broke up. I didn't hear.
I don't know. It looks like 11. I don't see.
And
Is that even assigned? It doesn't, because it looks.
It is, but it's very light colored. I'm going to change that immediately.
Okay. Is Commissioner Kellerman, maybe she could help. Anybody else in the?
no, they're not on.
Thank you.
So, yeah. So, yeah. All right. Then 11 is very. I can see 11 well. Everybody see 11? That needs.
Yeah, it looks gray.
Okay.
All right. I still don't see. There we are.
Well, sorry. I say sorry a lot, don't you? It's zoomed in unexpectedly.
Where shall we start, Rebecca?
Well, I honestly think this map is pretty good the way it is. If I would do anything, I would create another alternative and just try to put Oak Park with Southfield to maintain that Jewish community of interest that was previously split in prior maps.
Let's go ahead and do that then.
Excuse me, can we get the population up?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just 5.
Is this what you guys want to say? Do we need to zoom in? Do I need to zoom in one more time? Like that?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. That pretty much covers the whole region, actually. I'm just looking for the highest number, or the largest deviation. So the largest deviation
Between 5 and 16, it looks like.
yes, and they're both less than 2.5, and they're both, one's positive and one's negative.
Then let's go ahead and save this one and work off a copy to do that. Please.
Yes, ma'am. So we're going to copy 2 and make a 3. So this is version 3. Version 3. And we probably want to at some point, we're going to bring in neighborhoods, aren't we? Or is that the?
Aaron, are you wanting to change anything on the deviation? It's below 5%, which is what we used as our benchmark before.
No, I'm actually good with this deviation right now. I was just thinking, let's reemerge or reunite the Jewish community.
So then we need to go over to Southfield. So see that District 6 up in the left corner?
District 6, okay. And click in one. You want to see the populations?
Commissioner Eads, you have your hand up.
I'm gonna change color so we can better see this.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out there are now two versions of version 3. There's the one that has Grosse Pointe with St. Clair Shores and the one that has Grosse Pointe with Harper Woods. So I just wanted to ask Aaron, since that's the only difference between those two versions, which one of those two versions did you want, or did you want to do it to both of them?
I actually want to work off this one that Rebecca was working off of this morning. And
Commissioner
forgive
Lang.
me, I am not feeling well, you guys, so I might go off camera because y'all don't want to see me use a vomit bag.
Commissioner Lang.
I have a quick question. So are you suggesting that we look at the Southfield and East, or Southfield East and then North Oak Park for the Orthodox Jewish community of interest? I want to make sure. Okay,
Yep.
I saw public comment on that. I wanted to make sure that's what you're
Yeah,
looking.
there's a pretty significant Jewish population in Southfield, and there's also a significant, particularly Orthodox Jewish population in Oak Park. And we had received comments wanting those communities to stay together, and they were split in the last versions of the map. So I'd like to take Oak Park, put it into Southfield, and then take 6 and kind of bring it over to the top of what is currently, not sure the district, 18.
Okay,
Right down there where you have your cursor, that's Oak Park at the very bottom.
This?
Yeah.
Yes, I see it now, yeah.
So if you could select that, Aaron, do you mind if I direct? I know you're not feeling well.
No, please do.
Okay.
What district are we gonna put it in?
So you're gonna put it into 18.
Okay,
And then I think there's a smaller community at the bottom that might be split as well. We might have to address, but just don't grab that bottom precinct.
okay.
Oh, you know what? It's fine. If that's all Oak Park.
And we
Are
got
you
these
selecting by
pieces-
township?
No, I was doing it by precinct, but I can do the township.
Do
if
the
that-
township, because the lines there are a little funky, and there's, I thought, a smaller municipality at the bottom there. I'm drawing a blank on the name, sorry.
Yeah, like that. That's
Yes,
the township right there.
yeah,
So-
so if you could put that into 18. And then I think 7 can take that block that just got orphaned.
And put it
Yeah,
in.
because it's split. That's what I thought. I thought that was a split precinct. So
Next.
7's still okay. Okay, so then let's go to the top of 6 and 18.
The Birmingham area.
Yeah, so we want to go over to that yellow area at the top there. Yeah, and try to start bringing that into
Now that's gonna,
Birmingham.
whoop, I had townships on, no.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's not what we wanted. So I'll do precincts, that's one precinct.
Yeah.
And put that into 6.
Yeah. I can't see how much, there we go. I was just gonna ask you to do that.
So 6, oh, yeah. 6 is still 21,986 down.
Yep, so now we're gonna bring Bingham Farms in as well, which is that yellow area right underneath where you changed.
From here over
Yeah.
approximately.
We'll see how much population there is there.
That's gonna be 8,000 plus.
Okay.
Assign it.
Yep. And
So-
then, so where are we now? 13,000. So just take along the border that, where it's 2406 and 21. Yep, you can grab that where you just had your cursor. So I want to kind of, right there. Nope, not that far over.
Let me clear it. So 2426 area.
Nope, farther over, to the
Oh,
right.
okay.
The area
Okay.
that's jutting up in yellow right now.
Yeah.
Yes, right there.
Um,
And then grab that too.
okay, that,
Is adding 6, okay? So add that. Okay,
Six.
go to the right where you have that one area that's 2144, all the way over to the right. Yep, right there. And the precinct next to that to the left. And that's 43. Okay, go ahead and add that. And I think we should be within deviation at that point. No, we're still a little high. So yep, grab that 2000. And let's see where we're at with that. All right, that looks good. What do you think, Aaron? Can we back it out so we can look?
Yes, please back it out. I like it. It looks good. Deviation looks fantastic so far. So I'm happy with that. Thank you.
If we could just save it, Kent, I think that's all.
Okay,
Okay, so the next commissioner is Richard Weiss.
All right, Ken, would you please go back to Commissioner Villette's map, please?
that is one, correct?
I believe.
Yes. Commissioner Orton, then Commissioner Villette, is that correct? 4? No, we
Or
have,
from yesterday, which I think you named one today.
it's, that's today's first plan. We copied and renamed it when Commissioner Villette went in. So the red is neighborhoods. Yeah, this is the large unassigned area.
All right, I'd like to go up to the top. I think it's District 14, maybe. I'm not sure.
All right, I'm gonna get the neighborhoods
Sure.
properly aligned. So 14
Yes.
is up there. I'm getting the view displaying correctly. So 14 needs 15,000 approximate people. Approximate.
All right, would you blow that up a little bit more then, please? Yes, that take the Farwell area
Okay.
and Sherwood.
Yeah, and I think we might have to do some block edits to do that. That's 7,700.
Yeah,
the-
add that in and the one next to it to the left there.
Okay, we just got an error. Let me
Okay,
back out of this and restart this stuff.
Commissioner Ede.
I just gotta say, this is a very confusing naming nomenclature because yesterday this was V4, today it's V1 on the 18th, but we have a V1 on the 17th, and if there are changes made to that, that one's gonna have a different V number with the date behind it. So just maybe the staff, if we can think about coming up with a naming nomenclature that maybe prioritizes the contents of the map instead of the date first, it might be more useful because it's going to get confusing and we're going to get lost with different drafts here.
Commissioner Zatella.
I don't understand what you mean by the content of the maps. Like, they're all house maps. So how are you going to differentiate content, excuse me. And this is actually the same naming convention we used before. So we always prioritize the date that we were making changes.
Right. What I'm saying is this nomenclature doesn't work. And maybe we should change it and what I mean by different context is it seems like we have now 3 main plans and it seems like 3 collaborative plans. We have the one that Richard is working on now, which has the districts locked. We have the one that we worked on most of the time yesterday that has changes to the 7 that were struck down, plus I think 1, 2, 6, and 5. And then we have the one you and Aaron were just working on that has changes to almost 19 house districts. So when I say content, I mean those 3.
Sarah Reinhardt.
Hi. Yeah, happy to brainstorm some additional naming conventions for maps. I think part of the issue with what you're recommending, Commissioner Eid, is that the names are chosen when the new map is created. And at that point, we usually don't know what the contents of the map is going to evolve into. So were we to go that route, it would involve naming it something up front and then changing the name afterwards, which might be even more confusing with the shifting of names. And I'd also note that as we're going through and creating additional maps, I am keeping a log of like what the maps are, who created them, and what they contain. So hopefully that can also help with commissioners' questions about which version is which. But definitely hear your point. If you have any recommended like different names for maps that you all have already created, that's something that we can certainly work with your mappers to go back and amend. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm the only one that's confused about it, you can forget it and I'll try to become less confused, but I don't know if anybody else is also.
Commissioner Callahan.
So right now on my notepad, I have written down the version numbers from yesterday and then drawn arrows to the new version numbers from today. And I suppose tomorrow I'll draw more arrows to the new version numbers tomorrow. So I'm in complete agreement that the naming convention may be well established, but that it doesn't really help us keep things very straight. Like if I have to write it down and draw arrows, then it's not much of a naming convention. I would maybe propose that whoever starts a new map can try to give us a word that we can attach to the date and version numbers that you want to put on it that could help us all more mnemonically recall what the map is about. So for example, I started what is now, I think, map 1. Yesterday was map 4. And I would have proposed when I started that map to say, let's call it locked, put locked somewhere in the naming convention. I think we could all remember that the locked map means the districts were locked. If someone else wants to start a new map with a new purpose and a new idea or direction or plan to go in, then they can choose what name they would like to append to the naming convention we're currently using. That would be my suggestion.
I would just add, I have done the same thing with the version number and then the arrow to the new version number. It would be easier if it was always version 4 or whatever, or locked like you suggest. So I think there could be some improvement to the naming convention, just so we don't spend so much time trying to figure out which map we are actually trying to open. But Kent Stegall, you have your hand up.
Yes, I just, the twist we have to consider here too is once the plans are posted to the website, traditionally, and I don't even mean traditionally, but keeping the same name, not going back and changing the name of a map that was posted, so that you don't have conflicts there. Does that make sense? And also quite often, the naming convention is going to be an issue until you get down to the final versions, because plan A may start out for half a day and then significant differences are made. So now are we talking about going back and changing it to reflect? So if you look at it, it's been done multiple times, multiple different edits. So no matter what name you start with, it will very quickly be more. But the main thing is to keep the online maps for the public the same name here. That's all I have.
Okay, Commissioner Weiss, you had your hand up.
Well, what if we were to add, to keep the present numbering, but maybe add a little information, like maybe the commissioner that worked on that map or commissioners that worked on it? Is there a way to add that into the thing I think you've brought up, that screen where you change the name, where we could add some more information? Would that help?
So can we do it? Yeah. So this is this plan. We can,
You
got
aren't sharing your
plan-
screen.
Oh, yeah. See, there I go again, right? So this is this plan. We got a long plan name. You got, in the legislature, they have bill numbers. And there's a whole long plethora of system to editing bills. You have substitutes, you have amendments, and then you have amendment in the nature of a substitute. So that, this kind of naming convention can get quite complex. Either way, you need it organized. Even if you start a naming convention, you can put
That's what I was suggesting, maybe adding into the where it says name or sponsor or something, description, who maybe had worked on the plan. Maybe that would help.
So, yeah, it just, like
I'm
bill drafting, it'd be let's say House Bill 1, and tomorrow if somebody wanted to make changes to it, they'd have to do it. House Bill 1 amended, and it would go Amendment 1, Amendment 2. So.
okay, Commissioner Lang.
So my question on that about adding commissioners or commissioner names is, if all 13 commissioners work on one map, are we supposed to add all names? Or is it just to kind of weed out the ones that others don't agree with? Because honestly, that's kind of what it sounds like. And I'm just being honest, so I'm just asking the question.
We may all end up working on all of them, but I think Commissioner Callahan's suggestion of a word like locked, we can all recognize that that's the one that certain districts were locked. I don't know if there's other words, but anyway, I'm sure the Secretary of State's office will come up with some suggestions, and I'm sure you can communicate with them if you want to add your suggestion in. Commissioner Wagner.
First of all, let me point out, Commissioner Zatella's hand has been up for quite some time, and then I'd like a turn to go, please, after her.
Okay, I thought it was still just up from last time you talked. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, is it my turn now?
Yes.
So I think that this is the convention we used during the entire mapping process. It worked well. This was actually suggested to us by our map drawers, and the reason for it is it shows the progression, which is exactly the point that Kent is trying to make. That if you try to assign some sort of name to it before it's a complete map, there's going to be additional changes, and then you can't create the record of those changes as you're going along. Whereas this naming convention, marking it with the date, marking it with the version on that day, allows you to go back and look at the changes the day before and, make revisions accordingly. And so it creates a very clean, crisp record from a public perspective. And this is the process that's worked well for us in the past. I think if you
I think your sound went out.
It was either.
I'd like to add that, we'll do however, y'all want to do it. I'm not defining how it's done. So.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Wagner.
I just want to know if we can call the question on this discussion, and let's continue mapping, please.
If you call the question, we need to vote on that. So I don't see any other hands. I think
There is no question.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Can we just go on with how we were doing it? Everybody just take excellent notes, and let's just keep going, please.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes, I'm looking. Let's see, we need 7. Could you add in? Could get myself into trouble here. Could you add in to 14 Butler and Pershing? And the one next to Butler?
Looks like Commissioner Zattel is back and her hand is back up. So go ahead, Commissioner Zattel.
I'm sorry about that. My computer just shut down spontaneously. I don't know why.
We have stopped conversation about that and have moved on to mapping, but if you still have something you need to add, I guess we can.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, all of the maps at this point have had multiple, every commissioner has worked on them because we've all had turns at this point. And I think putting names in, number one, it introduces bias, but more importantly, how are we gonna then distinguish individual maps? It's just gonna create confusion. So that's my points. I'll stop there so you guys can move on, and I'm gonna try to get my computer rebooted. Thank you.
All right, Ken, could you add Butler and Pershing in, and then the one next to Butler back into 14?
And Sarah, for the record, I see Commissioner Kellum. I'm not sure when she came in, but I see her smiling face now.
Wonderful, thank you. Commissioner Kellum, can you share where you're joining remotely from?
Sure. Good morning. Attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you and welcome.
So Commissioner Weiss, you want to put that area?
Yes, Ken.
So now 8 is minus 3.42 under, and 14 is minus 2.2 under.
Okay. You want to clean up that Northtown there? Looks like we jumped over into that quick.
Yeah. You know, that comes from assigning precincts.
Sure.
The precincts don't match up necessarily to census geography. And that is not what I wanted to do. It zooms in sometimes unexpectedly. Okay. That's where we're at. 14. So 14 is minus 2.51%.
Okay.
And 8 is minus 3.42.
Could you scroll out a little bit, please, so we can see 8?
Yeah. So 8 and there's a point, 7 is low too. So what I'm looking at is 14, 7, and 8, all three being low.
Could you scroll up then, please? All right, the area in Barton McFarland, what's the population of them two?
Where's Barton?
That's in District 9, but it's over near 4.
Oh, yes.
Yep, right there.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get in precincts here. So it's pretty high population. I'll highlight it.
Sure.
And it's way too much. Plus this
Take all of that. Yep.
Yeah, put all of that into
4.
Into 4. And we got remnants here. Let me see.
Yeah, and
Probably
take,
at
yeah, how about
blocks.
put that in there also?
Somewhat do it by blocks, so we maintain neighborhoods. Okay,
All right, could you scroll out a little so I can see the populations there? Down below, yeah, that's it. That's
and
it.
let me, I think we want to grab, not that, to make these neighborhoods.
Sure, go ahead and fix it right away. Let's get it done.
I mean, it's just a few blocks here to kind of try to keep that neighborhood. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. I think it was just this area. We can look at it closer. That's 0 and that's 0. So it really, it must be industrial area. It doesn't really matter.
But the one at the bottom has,
Yeah, it looks like this probably, I take that back, should be in 4. Well, I guess it's y'all's call. I think it's
Yeah,
been,
I'd put it in 4, please.
I think it's been in 4 previously, but that's all 0 there. So pretty, however you want to do it. Okay.
All right. Could you scroll out just a little more, please? All right, down in below, what is that, aviation sub? Them 2 districts down there, which would be in 1, but they're right next to 4.
In 1.
Gotta go to your left and down, right about in there, just below the aviation sub there. In Barton McFarland, just you gotta go more left, Ken.
Aviation sub, yeah.
Yeah, it's over here to the left.
Okay.
Now go down, right about in there, yeah.
Okay, 3 is, this
Well,
is
not,
3.
that's 3, I'm into 1.
Okay.
That's
So
what I
this
wanted to
is
see.
Dearborn. Or
Yeah, we're getting back into that section again. If you take the 1 and 1 there, that's tied next to 4 and 3, that section.
this?
Yes,
I'm going to get this precincts. Okay, the precincts are lit up now. I don't know if you can
Yes.
see these. That's 2,900.
take
That's
all of those all the way down, please.
including this down
Yes,
here.
sir.
So that goes back to 4. Is that what you desire?
Yes, that's my
13,000.
back to 4.
Yeah. So you're still short 10,000
Yes, I know.
in okay.
8 short,
And 9 needs 33.
right? Well, my goal was to go there, but I've tried to fix 4 here, and I don't think it's going to work too well.
Man, you're really limited, to district at the way it's drawn right now to moving, taking parts of 4 into 9, or taking 9 all the way through 4.
Yeah,
So the numbering conventions can change, as you choose, or 4 going into 1, or 9 going into 1, and going into 4. That's just.
any suggestions from anybody, please?
Commissioner Eads,
Anthony.
Well, you have a couple options. I think when it was Janice's turn, we put those precincts in 1 because Mr. Muldoon was saying it was a more industrial part
Yes,
of the district. What you could do to make up that population is take 4 further north around District 6, or you could take District 9 and move it westward. That way you'll have a block later that encompasses that downtown, midtown area that we spoke about and prevent the district in the other map, which I believe is District 8, that stretches, from downtown up until 8 Mile Road.
All right, would you?
I think
go
those are your
ahead
two options.
Yeah, would you go ahead and try that then? So I can follow what you're gonna do then, and tell Kent what you would like to change?
Well, what I was suggesting is I would reassign those areas that you unassigned
Okay,
to one.
So
All right.
undo what we just did. Is
yeah,
that-
go ahead and do that, Kent, would you?
I'm just doing, hitting the undo button. I'm not redoing it all. So is that approximately where we were?
I believe so.
I'm gonna do another undo, so see where that goes. All right, I'll put it back. Now I'm putting it back. So, all right. I think in this area here, this is where we're at.
Okay, so now, Richard, you could
Yes.
either add Grand River, Littlefield, Northwest, Schoolcraft, that area to 4, or you could move 9 westward and incorporate those more western precincts. So it's your call on which one of those.
I guess I like the first one, Grand River and that, and move that, which was what I was thinking originally, but I wasn't sure that would be a good idea, but let's try that. So it would be Northwest, Grand River, Littlefield, Schoolcraft.
Oh, okay, so
And just work your way up until you get to the edge of District 6.
Right.
so
Can I just make a little suggestion? I don't know if
please.
it goes together, but the District 8 needs some population. And so that very top precinct of, or neighborhood, I guess it is, of District 9 maybe could go to 8. So 4 doesn't stretch up quite so high.
And it looks like that population's pretty close. All right, Ken, finish the Northwest and that, please put that in. And then would you please do Cynthia's suggestion?
So I'm gonna assign this to 4.
Yes,
And then Cynthia, was I hearing, is what I heard saying move this area to 8?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, I'll highlight it. So move that into 8. So 8 now is 1.58%.
okay, that looks like that works. Thank you, Cynthia.
Um,
I
All
think we're
right.
gonna need to change the color of either 8 or 4 because they're gonna come
Yeah.
together.
yes, they do. So
Yeah,
this,
would you do that, please?
I'll do that right now. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit here. And make 8. Just make it a lot darker. Maybe that'll work. I have to change it again, so. Let's just change 4 right now. 4 is going to be green, I think.
Might want to do a blue so it doesn't interfere with District 6.
Yeah, well, you got, everybody sees colors so differently. It's like, okay, well, who's not going to see this? Okay. I guess that'll work for now. Okay. And back to where we were. Chalfont. Oakman Boulevard neighborhood, is this?
Yes.
It goes all
That's
the way around.
That's what I was looking at, Dexter, Oak Boulevard, and then the one next to Davidson Schoolcraft and that, all of those, could you put those all into 4, please?
Yes. Hmm. That is locked. So we have to do it because that's in 6, I guess.
Part of that precinct, maybe.
Yes. So we got to do it by blocks, but we'll get to that.
Anthony, while he's doing that, would you have a comment?
Yeah, a small one. That part that we just assigned to 8, I would suggest actually also adding it into 4, just because you have the other side of 8 that you can make up that population for. So you have the freedom on that end to either bring the Royal Oak district down or just expand it eastward. Whereas you can't do that with 4 because District 6 is locked. If that, does that make sense?
Maybe get down here and see what looks like this turns out. Okay, so we're still 6 short. How many is in Russell Woods? Ken?
Let's see. Oh, it's right there. 1,323.
That's not going to be enough. Scroll out a little more, please.
I think that was only part of Russell Woods, isn't it? But
Right.
it still would
Yeah,
be enough.
so it'd probably be more like 2,000.
So it looks like if my addition is correct, if I take Russell Woods and Nadine Park and put them into 4, I should be pretty close.
All right, let's highlight them and then do as you said. So that is 4,000. So yeah, we'll sign that. And then go to block, sign that. And then, fix this with census blocks. Is that?
Yes, please.
And put this back in 9.
Okay, numbers look pretty good there. Anthony, please go back to what you were telling me before now.
What I was saying is instead of assigning Marygrove to 8, it might make more sense to put it in 4, and you can make up that population on 8 either by going eastward Or you could bring 7 down perhaps, and then go again, either south or eastward with 8. Which we might have to do anyways, because 8 contains that Bungalow Town, Hamtramck area.
Yeah, okay, I see. All right, I think I will stop here. I got my district down pretty good that I wanted to do. I believe the other one, 14, could use a little more, but I think we'll let somebody else handle that. Thank you.
Okay. So it's 11 o'clock, so we've been going for 2 hours. Unless anyone objects, I think maybe a 10-minute break is in order. Seeing no objection, we will return at 11:10.
Everything went smooth and that's a good thing to do.
It's 11:10, so if we have everyone back, we can resume mapping. And it is Commissioner Andrada's turn.
Okay, if we can bring up the map that we were just working on, please.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on my way to it.
Yeah, can you zoom out a little bit?
Yes, I'm trying to, yeah, get us together here. I don't know where my district, oh, there they are. Whoop. Yep. Those are the numbers are the population numbers. And the red lines are the neighborhoods. Okay. All right, where do I need to, where do you want to be centered?
Well, so that, is that all unassigned from downtown up?
Yeah, this the white area is all unassigned. And you know, 12 doesn't exist at all right now.
Okay.
Neither does 13, and 9 is less than half a district. 7 is at 3.35 under. Wherever that's at.
Okay, I would like to ask Commissioner Cullum if we like completely mangled 9 and 8 from her perspective. I take it Commissioner Cullum isn't here, because I know she worked on that yesterday and there were things that had to go together. So I guess I'll start up in 12 and we can just take basically from 13 down to the airport sub, that whole section, and assign it 12.
Okay.
And all the way over to the border of 11.
Okay. So we went into Buffalo Charles some and down into here some. So you want me to put this Buffalo Charles neighborhood back into 8?
Yes. And probably Poletown East, excuse me, as well.
just selecting these blocks to, to put the entire neighborhood into, one district. And we went down into here, but that was unassigned.
Yeah, the Pole Town East was the other section I wanted in with 8 for now.
Okay. We're getting, I don't,
Okay, unassign that. I'm not gonna worry about that, but let's go over to 11 and put all that into 12.
what part of 11?
Maple
Maple Ridge?
Ridge, Outer Drive, Hayes, Eden Gardens, Wade,
Okay.
Ravendale.
We've got Chandler Park too by doing precincts.
Yeah.
I'll switch to blocks, grab that.
Keep it in. We'll keep going down with Chandler Park, Chalmers.
I'm going to assign that to your, I'm backing up now to get to where we need to be. So these areas continue into 12.
Yes. Chandler Park, Chalmers, Fox Creek, the rest of Chandler Park.
That kind of really butchers up the neighborhood there, so we'll do it differently. All right, let me clear that out. These neighborhoods start getting see, this is all West End here. You want to include that?
Yes, please.
I take it this unassigned area up here as well.
Yes.
I'm going to grab the block layer and use blocks to get these pieces.
Okay.
right. So 12 needs 26,000 and 9 needs 60,000. How would you like to proceed here?
If we could put Gratiot Town, that square, Gratiot Woods, Gratiot Grand, that section into 12.
Okay. Next.
And can you move west a little bit?
Like that?
Yes. Yeah, if we could take 9. All the
Okay.
way down to downtown.
So, I need to do just
Commissioner Andrada, you might see this, but some of those neighborhoods are split. Like Pool Town East and Forest Park.
Yeah, we need to clean up the 9 and 8, I think, with the communities of interest. I'm trying to get at least the districts in there, and then we can work on the borders.
Okay.
Because like, I don't like the north part of 12 either, where Morningside and Chandler Park are split. But I just want to get some population in here. And Commissioner Orton, if you have suggestions now to clean up those neighborhoods, please chime in.
Well, yeah, it's a good start to just see what the population is and see which way some things need to go.
okay. That's, I mean, we got lots of holes and split neighborhoods, but majority of 9, yeah. So 9, it still needs 23,000. So, and 12, of course, you still have 18,000. My question is, like right here, should that go into 12? The highlighted area.
Yes.
Along with any of them, these areas up here.
Right. I would see if we can split that between 9 and 12. Now, that would take care of all the districts we need, correct?
I think
That
We
so.
don't have any empty districts.
The totality, yeah, there wouldn't be any empty 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So with that said, are you saying, where do you want to put,
Go ahead.
where do you want me to go next? Riverbend?
Riverbend, Jefferson, Chalmers, and Connor Creek can go in 12.
So that's 14,000. That's getting closer. Put those in 12? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I guess that, does that go into 12 or 9?
Let's
Oh.
put the rest of it into 9.
Okay. So I'm just going to stick that in 9, and then at that point, cleaning up split neighborhoods. And I put it all in 12. So let me do that one more time. That approximately what we had. And of course, yeah, that's the whole precinct. That's a precinct by itself. Yeah, so yeah, you probably want to break that up into census blocks or something. You want to go in and want me to make these neighborhoods whole at this point?
Yeah, just so we can get some population in there.
Okay. So we'll do blocks. I guess this part will go into 9.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, this part of Pole Town, I guess all this would be go into 12. Is that, you see that split right here, Pole Town? Is that what needs to be done?
Not right now, please.
All right.
So
So it looks like, I mean, we still got, some.
between 9 and 12, we're just about even split. Up
Right.
3 and down 3.
So, and we still got a few split neighborhoods, but yeah, you have equal population. Balance, it can be balanced, might be the word I'm looking for. Okay.
Let's see. I'm gonna leave it there for now because I think there's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up. Both on the east side and between 8 and 9.
Commissioner Weiss has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Just a suggestion, if the numbers are what I see are correct, if you were to take Belle Isle out of 9 and put it into 12, I think your numbers will be a little more balanced or below what we are trying to accomplish here.
I don't think Belle Isle has anything.
I thought there was some population on there. I thought it said, that's what I couldn't see it.
Okay. I can't see any population.
One of these little islands had a handful of people. I don't know which ones, but somewhere there's, some of this, like where you assign these water blocks, had, appearances, like all this has no population. And that's, we could put it in 10 and it looked better. That's unassigned, but that has no population. So you put it where.
Yeah, you can clean that up, but I think
So however you want to do it, that is,
Belle Isle can stay where it's at. I don't think it's gonna move the,
no, it's not going to move the needle.
no.
So if we go to blocks here, I think if you just want to,
Put that in 10.
yeah, it makes it less confusing looking, in my opinion, anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, my computer's whirring, but not seeming to do much. Those little blocks down there made the township appear to be split, even though there was no population. These are all, I think, unpopulated at the waterfront.
Yeah, just assign that to 10.
Okay.
Can we zoom in between the 11 and 12 area?
Great.
Yep.
Turn on the neighborhood layer.
Yes, please.
We have some little slivers in there that need to be cleaned up, but they're like the medians and the roadways, so.
Yeah, maybe if we can put Morningside and English Village into 12.
Okay. Yeah, this is a little split, but we'll get that straightened out. So I guess you want me to go in here and put this into 12 and that area back into 11.
Yes.
Well, using blocks. And then I'll move those into 11. Okay. So now 11 is 14,000 under and 12 is 12,000 over.
Right. Can we take, if we put Regent Park,
This area right there.
yeah. And maybe Maple, well, let's put Maple, I'm sorry, can we put Maple Ridge in with 11?
Maple Ridge.
Yep.
All right. We'll put that in 11. So now 11 still needs 11 needs 9,100, 12 needs to let go of 7,000.
Move west into 12 and put it in 11. Yep, well, he can.
That goes into way over there. So let's see, do it like this.
You can go further west if you need to.
Oh. Okay, where at from here? This
Pulaski, Counter Creek.
Okay. And we're splitting these areas. Let me get the rest of the Franklin neighborhood by blocks. Since we're getting So, I guess I'm gonna put these two little census. These two census blocks. Back into 12. Okay. Now, you want to take all of Pulaski, some of Pulaski?
How many people are we talking about? Yeah,
All,
let's take up all of Pulaski.
okay. And I just think I put them in the wrong direction. Come on. I'm just getting them assigned and we'll take them back out.
Yeah,
So now 11 needs to come down some. So I think we clean them up, it'll help. So we'll put them back in those blocks back into 12. So, yeah. Now 12 needs people and 11 needs to let go of people. So just depends on, how you want to approach this now. Well, we split Connor Creek because Connor Creek goes all the way across over here.
yeah.
I'm
So,
going to highlight that and just see how many people, like if you took all Connor Creek out. That's 3,000. So if you put all of Connor Creek into 12, the numbers would be closer.
okay, let's do that.
So 12 is at minus 2.59 and 11's at 0.33.
I'm gonna leave it there for now, because now I feel like I'm just messing things up.
Okay, so next is Commissioner Callahan.
Okay, could you zoom out a little bit so I can see what we got?
The best I can tell that everything is assigned, geographically assigned.
Can you take some of those words off? I can't read anything. Okay.
So
it looks like,
there's no space unassigned unless we missed something, or we might have missed a block here or something. But
so this says 7 is short people
yes, 7 is
and
well short of ideal. And it's up here.
9 has too many.
And 14, if you go in by 2.5%, is just slightly under.
Okay. 14 there. And 7 is under. And 9 is over. Well, let's
12 is yeah, under as well.
Okay, so let's maybe work on between 9 and 12. I'll take some from 9 and give it to 12.
These, can you read the numbers? I don't know if you can read them or not, but those are the population.
Almost
Hmm?
read them.
Okay,
I
these
said I
are
can almost read them.
they're the population numbers. I don't know where you want to do it at, but like this precinct right here is 1,500. Where my cursor, 1,000. Rounding 1,200. Then you come around this side. This is like 1,900. And we probably need the neighborhoods up. Would you like to? Yeah, because so I could suggest some places in here the neighborhoods are split. When you get down to close to your deviations.
Well, let's go ahead and take in. Is that Indian Village down there? If I'm reading, but next to East Village, and add that to 12.
Okay. Yeah, so that right there got 12 to 0.92%.
And 9 is okay now as well, right?
I almost suggest,
Yeah, you go and clean that up.
Yeah, just kind of making it. Oh, that may be where. So like that census block, it goes through there, and the question is, it's probably an alleyway, but we don't have the census block. So should this census block be in 12 or in 9? The same way with this one and this one. It's y'all's call. It's not mine.
You can add one of those. I don't know if it makes a difference which one, and it maybe gets the numbers a little bit closer. I don't know if that's that important. I mean, it just makes for kind of a jagged edge, which I hate, but
Well, I guess what I'm saying, just decide if you believe that, like, out of those census blocks, are there more people West Village or Indian Village?
I have no idea. I just leave that. Somebody else can niggle with that. I don't really care.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not critical. I think the numbers are close enough. If somebody has a strong preference one way or the other, I don't. I mean, you can say, and I'll put it in one or the other. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't really have an opinion.
Commissioner Callahan, I don't know if this helps. I mean, West Village and Indian Village, they just bleed into each other.
Okay, so would you suggest leaving that in one or the other? Or should Indian Village, or West Village and Indian Village, more so than East Village and Indian Village?
So East
I mean,
Village,
I just go ahead.
East Village is closer when you're getting into the deep east side of Detroit towards Grosse Pointe. Indian Village and West Village, I don't know how familiar you are with Detroit, is more nestled closer to, actually across the street from or on a diagonal to like Belle Isle, that area. It's off of Jefferson.
So are you suggesting Indian Village should stay with West Village?
I would, yes.
All right, so let's put that back again, I guess.
But I mean, 9 is problematic for a lot of reasons anyway.
Well, what we could do is go into blocks right here and get this part out of 9 and back into East Village. I mean, that's a start.
Well, can you zoom out just a little bit and let's take a look overall at all of 9?
Because what we're doing, I mean, it's not a huge problem, but as we've adjusted these districts, we're chunking huge, and I understand numbers, fine, like population, but we're putting like waterfront areas with neighborhood areas. We're putting parts of downtown Detroit or New Center into neighborhood areas. So it's just, and I
Well,
think it comes from the fact that we blocked 5 and 6 like this, but what'd you say? I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, we could back off and leave Indian Village, West Village, that whole area to 12, and instead take 9 further north, where it's got that, like, the foot of the boot that's sticking out into Indian Village, turn that back over to 12 and instead go up closer and take those communities right next to 8, Whole Town, into 9.
I see Commissioner Eads.
Grafton Town, Kettering into 9, maybe.
I see Commissioner Eads' hand up as well.
Go ahead.
I agree with what Commissioner Kellum is saying, and I think a way to do that could be to move the part of Dearborn that's split up now between the locked districts and 1 and 4. You put it all in one, it gives you room on one to create a more riverfront district and then a more neighborhood district, like Commissioner Kellum was talking about. You see how the rest of Dearborn on the top left
Yes.
of 1 is split. If you fix that, you can then take off population from 1. You'd have to move 4 up or 7 down, and it could work.
Well, let's move 4 up, I think, and take that if we move 4 north around 6, because we can't move 6, but we move 4 north up in closer to 6 again. And then take the southern part of Dearborn that's not there now and put it into 1. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, and then you can unassign some of the riverfront areas that Commissioner Kellum is talking about from 1 and assign them somewhere else.
Okay, Commissioner Kellum, would you like to drive that for me, please?
You mean guide what what Commissioner E was talking about? I mean, we can all do it together. It's fine.
Okay.
I understand that we have to take turns, but I've always thought that's ridiculous. We could just draw the map together as a commission, but whatever. So Commissioner E, what are you saying? Take 4, that little, I don't even know what to call it. It looks like a half Pac-Man. Put that into.
Yeah, I'm saying put the rest of Dearborn that is in 4, move it into 1.
Okay, that southern part.
Yeah, that southern part. That way it splits up Dearborn less, and it continues what Marcus was talking about earlier with that area being a little bit more industrial. It could go more with downriver than Northwest Detroit. And then
So let's go ahead
you
and
can
put
add
that
it 4.
southern part in. Yeah, let's add that southern part to 1.
And let me just say, I love the collaboration and working together, but let's try really hard not to talk at the same time because it's really hard for the interpreters.
Yep.
And the mapper. Okay, well, we want to move all this into 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
And next.
Anthony, were you saying take the northern part of 9, like take off the boot part of it and put it into 8? Is that what you were saying? I didn't hear I just got the gist of the movement, but I didn't hear the specifics of what you were suggesting.
Yeah, I mean, there are multiple choices. I think that's why this collaboration is good. You can either, now 4 needs population, so you can move it up to straddle 6, and 7 in Oakland County needs population as well. So you could, if you wanted to, bring it down. And then after that, you could take, if you go back to 4, Kent, then it's really, up to you and all of us. Like, do you want to take Midwest out of 1, or would you rather, and add it to 9, or would you rather go to the riverfront areas and add those to 9?
Let's do the riverfront first. So Commissioner Kellum, you want to speak to that?
In what way? The riverfront area? I mean, I can tell you that I would not go past like physically where the number 9 is. I wouldn't go too much more north in eliminating population from 9. The issue that I have is one that can't be fixed with this map, which is I personally am never going to agree to that piece of 7 coming into 8, or 8, that northern piece of 8 going into 7. That's rural, like the Royal Oak Township area. And then I don't like that we're locked in by 5 and 6, but that's not going to change. So my suggestions are going to be fairly limited unless we figure out a creative way to keep the northern part of 8 below 8 miles, a better word to use, while keeping the riverfront community, the bottom part of 9, so more of a shoe instead of a boot, and then somehow chunking out that part of 9 into maybe 4, maybe 12. I don't know how that would go, or maybe even into 1 if possible.
So does 4 need to expand west, and it can take some of that because 8's already got enough people in it. 4 does not. 4 needs quite a lot of people at this point. So 4 can expand. 4 can only go in 2 ways. It can either go up north or it can go east.
It would be better to go east if we're going this route.
So let's take that Linwood Dexter area that's currently in 9. If I can read the numbers right. Yep. And add that into 4. Commissioner E, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dynamic process, right? So if we're changing, judging by what Commissioner Kellum said and not wanting to cross that 8 mile, I think you can do this, and I think you should probably take Midwest too at that point. That way you're going east, like what we're doing now.
Where is Midwest?
It's right below where you're looking at. You see where the square that has the number 1 in it?
Midwest is right down here.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I was looking in the wrong spot. I was going the other way. Okay.
So are we still taking this area into 4?
Sure.
That way, at least 4 is a complete, it's completely within the city of Detroit.
Yeah.
Continue with this Dexter Linwood going into 4.
Yes.
So I'll use blocks.
19,000 short. So We want to take this triangle, I'm pointing at my screen like you can see. You want to take this triangle that's the top part of number 1. That's kind of sticking into 4 right now. Yep. Over
This-
to the, no, west.
Well, this is the remainder of Dexter Linwood neighborhood. So my question is,
That's fine.
continue putting Dexter into 4 just to,
Yes, please.
okay. That, yeah.
And then right,
And
well, right where your cursor was, that triangle there.
into 4 as well.
Yes.
I'm going to save the plan real quick. Make sure we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Okay, continue.
Yes, please.
All of Midwest or chunks of
Yes.
it? Okay.
I think all of Midwest.
Waiting for the computer to catch up. And then we got slivers in here that are in different districts. I'd like to take a moment and just kind of fix these if it'll let me. All right, that doesn't really matter. No matter what we do, that's the way it's going to go there. All righty. What's our next?
So I think west for 4. I mean east. I'm sorry. So you've got Petoskey there.
Yes.
Yeah. So go ahead and take that one. And probably the 2 next door as well.
We can. So that'd be 1,400 approx. No, 1,600 approx. Yeah, 1,400.
Okay. So what about those next 2? We've got your cursor, Jameson and Whitmere Park.
Wrong.
Sorry, I know you all are mapping, so just keep going. I just wanted to quickly say, because I always have two screens up, we are having a wonderful time mapping. I want to encourage commissioners that are engaging in any sort of chat on the YouTube. I understand it's a public forum, but let's keep in mind that we're professionals and there's already a process. That is not a space to engage in any sort of slander for other commissioners. I will want the same for everyone. So the two individuals on this public chat in YouTube, please stop. I'm so weary of it, and I don't have an issue with calling it out every time. If you don't want someone to dig back in the records and bring up every single thing that you said that was unkind, suspicious, discriminatory, then please be very careful. Leave it to text messaging or private email. Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Callahan. And Kent.
Thank you. And 9 is 9,700 under, 4 is 5,400, and 1 is at 16,000 plus. Oh,
Okay, wait a minute. So 4 still needs more. Okay. Can you page down a little bit on see what's north of 4?
okay. This is Fitzgerald Marygrove is split into 6 and 8. Pilgrim Village, Park, Martin.
I don't know. What do you think, guys? Do I keep going east or do I head north to add a little bit more to 4? We've got those 3 squares up there that could come off of 8.
Well, it kind of depends because let's look at 8.
Because what's okay? 8's okay?
No, I said let's look at 8.
Okay.
So 7 needs a little bit more population. So does 4. 8 is okay, but we have this area below 8 Mile that's currently in 14 that I think 8 could go into. And then you could, so it's like a below 8 district, but that would require going north on 4, which is something that we heard we might not want to do. But how would you feel, Brittany, about going more northeast on 8 to get those, I see 4 neighborhoods.
Yeah, originally when I think it was yesterday, you're saying Butler, Pershing, Farwell for 8. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and couple that with going more north on 4. I know you don't want to go north on 4, but with this map having 6 locked, I don't see a.
Yeah. So those 3 neighborhoods, and then on 4, you're saying the Mary Grove, Pilgrim Village, Martin Park.
Yes.
Like how far north? Yeah, I don't think that's an issue.
We want to try that then, Donna?
Let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. So take those neighborhoods out of 8. That's Pilgrim Village, Martin Park, and Mary Grove. And add those into 4. And that should about do 4, I think. Maybe. Now 4's got too many? Darn.
Well, you can take
Okay,
one of
well-
those, when you could take one out, you know.
Yeah, let's take,
It's still these are all Detroit neighborhoods, so it's just a matter of where you split it.
I think
so
we have
take out like Martin Park or something.
I think if you would have just done the rest of Marygrove, it would have been okay. So that is, you don't think so, Brittany?
Oh, no, sorry. That's the
Okay.
downside of me being
All good.
off you. I was saying because I was looking at what Kent has.
Yeah,
So,
no, we're not.
no, it wasn't. Yeah. I'm just gonna put my 2 cents in there again. I think this is good brainstorming, but I truly think that 5 and 6 need to be adjusted. I think this is us taking it to the extreme, because it's not that we would totally chop up 5 and 6. We might, but it's to make Detroit better. It's to make that area better in terms of communities of interest. And this is why we're constantly having to go back and forth between districts, because
I
they're
agree.
compensating for that.
I agree with you. I wanted to go through this exercise so that we could, instead of saying just that I think we need to change
Yeah.
to 5 and 6, we could go through the exercise and then be able to definitively say we tried really hard not to,
Yeah.
but to be reasonable, we had to change them.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I think Commissioner Callahan, this is also good for you and other commissioners that might need, a better understanding. I'm not a Detroit expert, but of how these neighborhoods fit together. But I think what this has done, I think that we can create like chunks of neighborhoods within the city of Detroit and create some movement in 5 and 6. And we will have what we're doing here even better, basically, is what I'm saying. And from yesterday, I think that was like version 1, maybe. I don't know. Because I missed so much of real time live working on the map yesterday. But yeah, this isn't horrible. It's just really cumbersome.
Yeah. And I know some of the other changes are good too. I mean, I'm a Farmington Hills resident, so
Okay.
I feel the pain personally of the way the Farmington Hills district was drawn. But I don't want to be the one who's in here just wholesaling, changing things just because I come in now I can, and I don't like what was done before. So
Fresh eyes are good. Don't discount yourself. If the changes make sense, we're also a rowdy bunch, as you can see. So it won't, we'll speak up.
Mr. Eid.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you got a point. I think the purpose of this map was to lock the districts that, everything except what was deemed unconstitutional plus, what was it, 9, 13, and 4, or 9, whatever, 9, 4, and whatever that last one was. But if you want to make another one and have those plus 5 and 6 unlocked, like we can have multiple options, and we still got another week to go over those options, and then we can weigh in once we're done. And I totally, be in support of having more options.
I think from what I have personally seen in going through this painful exercise is that we should definitely probably make changes to 5 and 6. That's just my opinion. Other people may think differently, but that's what I'm seeing from what we've done here.
Well, Commissioner Callahan, is more than an opinion, because we're charged with a task of making the map that we had previously the best that it can be, not perfect. And so not making adjustments to 5 and 6, to me, but just in general, would not be answering that call. If we're seeing that we're stuck, then we're kind of just saying, oh, this is the best that we can do. And that was some of the attitude before. So yeah, I don't think that's a personal opinion. I think it's just extremely obvious.
And would you scroll out so we can just kind of see the whole area, including 5 and 6? 5 and 6. 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 5 Can you take away you could leave the neighborhood lines, but just take away the names if possible? Okay, thank you. So Commissioner Callahan, how are you feeling about your turn?
I can be finished.
Okay. Then
Did that make 4 okay on population?
It's within the limits, yes.
Okay, and it put Dearborn with 1, but now 1, some needs to be taken out of 1. So whoever's next, consider doing that or do something else.
next is Juanita, but I don't see her on still. So then it would be your turn, Anthony.
Okay, I like the exercise in doing this to see if it's possible to do this while only changing what is reasonably changeable. I could also get behind changing 5 and 6 possibly, but I do like this exercise and I would like to continue working on it. But I think what we did earlier with having the choice in gross point between the gross points being with St. Clair Shores versus being with Harper Woods, I do think that's a good choice that I'd like to see. And I think that having that choice reflected in the maps so we can decide which community of interest we want to go with later is something we should do. What I don't like is the map that it was done to, because that map, in my opinion, changes far too much. I'd love to see that choice reflected in the version 1 map that we did yesterday. So if we could save this and pull up that version, I believe it was version 1 from yesterday, the map that changed the 7 districts that we have to change, 7, 9, and 13, plus I think 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6.
What I suggest is, making a copy of it. Well, I mean, our best practice has been, because this plan has been posted on the website, we make a copy of it to do edits to it.
Well, yeah, I'd like a copy of it because I want them both available so we can decide later, once we get more data and more metrics, which one we want to go with. So, I don't know if you want to keep that one or do like an A and B scenario, whatever.
Well, I'm just going to make a copy of it and, document it as, or I can put, it's just copy of in the description. So this would be version 4 today. Is that right? Okay. There's 1, 2, 3. This is version 4 today on this date. So basically the plan is 118 version 4, since we're only doing a house stuff. So. Is this what you were looking for, Anthony?
Just give me a moment to look at it. I think it is.
Yeah.
So this
is Harper Woods in 12.
Right.
St. Charles in 10.
Right. Well, I think the last thing we did to this map was take Dearborn out of 4 and put it into 3. So I think this is the one. So the other districts aren't changed here, right? Like 16, 17, 18. I know 5 and 6 are, but
Right.
make sure we're looking at
This,
the right.
the way I recall it, this was an early on plan of 5 and 6 being split by 8 Mile, 7 being on the numbers. Yeah. Because 7, I think, went up, and then 14 being, oh, let me make this bigger. I'm sorry. I can see it very well. I realize you guys can't. Okay. But this really, if I remember correctly, it was like 7 and 14 was the first things done.
Right.
And
Okay,
then-
yeah, I mean, I think so. I think this one is pretty good, but I'd like to see the changes that Rebecca made earlier in the in the St. Clair Shores Grosse Pointe area reflected. So we have a choice between specifically this configuration and the configuration that has it with Harper Woods. So can you overlay those changes from the map she was working on onto this?
Oh, absolutely. If I can remember exactly how to do it. I don't, where can I bring in another map layer? Do I need to
Ken,
create?
do you want me to walk you through it?
We
I
can
can
do
walk
it
you
like
through it.
that. I kind of know what it is, but I wasn't gonna do it.
Yeah, it's just probably easier if I
Harper
do it.
Harper Woods went into 10,
Exactly.
and then 12 and 12 went across this way.
Exactly.
And
then
13 went over here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Right.
exactly it.
I just wasn't gonna take ownership of it. So correct me if we missed something here, but this is, I'll just. And then 13 went something like this. And including that one. I think this is what it was. $14,000. Yeah, that's probably what it was. And that's what we had. I think that we got a little weird thing here. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, it looks like it should be in 10. Oh, it's 0 people.
Yeah, it's just it's around the highway main road where they have on ramps and exit ramps. I think that's it. I'm zooming out for those.
That was part of the 12 precincts.
So yeah, does that look right to you guys? I know
Yep.
that was in 13.
It was, yep.
Because of that spike. So that we can double check it. I know we didn't do much more than that.
Nope, and then that little divot that was showing, I don't know if you fixed it, we put it into 12 because it was part of the precinct from 12, so to not split a piece precinct. Oh, you got it. Okay, never mind.
Well, I'll put it in 10, but it's, yeah, we can put it in 12, whatever.
Okay, now can you zoom out, please?
I'm headed there. So
Okay, it looks like the deviation's okay.
yeah.
Can you move to westward slightly?
Yes.
I'm trying to determine what changed. How many districts changed?
Oh, okay. So in this one, it's outside of what we did, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 13. I can't recall now if over here in 16, a neighborhood was unsplit. It didn't affect the numbers. But
Okay, well, so now, to be clear, we have two configurations of essentially this map. The one that we worked on yesterday, which is 117 V1, that has the original gross point with St. Clair Shores, and now we have this version, which is 118 V4, that has the configuration with Harper Woods. And I think later we can do a deeper dive into, which is better. But I'm good with that.
Okay, so next commissioner is Commissioner Kellum.
you want to leave? Oh. You're on mute, Commissioner.
It's funny. I said, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I saw your lips move. I was like,
I had to step away for 5 seconds or more than that. But Anthony, what did you do? Did you just did an overlay from?
Yeah, earlier, Commissioner Zatella made this change on a different map. And I wanted to see it reflected on this map because it reconfigures less districts than the one she put it on. But I think having the choice on this map is also good. So I just wanted to make sure that choice is reflected here.
And what is this version? What now?
This
The
is
one with
today's
most
date
of the
version
districts
4.
locked.
Okay, this is the locked districts with the change just to the St. Clair Shores and Grosse Pointe area.
Right.
No.
no. This is what did he just open a new one, or is this the one?
No,
I
this is what you did.
So this is the one that we worked on for most of the past 2 days that has the districts that were struck down plus 9, plus 9, 4, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Okay.
and 6 unlocked. So if you wanted 5 and 6 unlocked,
Yeah, that's what.
you were
Okay.
saying before, you could make a copy of this and edit it, or you could go to a blank one and unlock everything and go from there.
And which version did you copy to make this? What was the prior version?
It was yesterday's version 1.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And I
Go ahead.
Commissioner Cullum, are these the districts 5? Did you draw these 5 and I can't remember who did.
I did not, but
Somebody did. Okay.
there's change, in the way that. What's the top of 6 Birmingham?
Yes.
Yeah, that is. Wait, is that the top, or does it bleed into another district that's green?
No, that's the top, the very top.
Okay, that's another district.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is 54 up here. So 6.
Okay.
This was 5 and 6 side by side, and they did, whomever did it, divided, put 6 above 8 Mile and 5 below 8 Mile. That was the gist of it. There may have been some other small stuff I don't recall.
Mhm.
Commissioner Eid.
I just want to ask Brittany, if you're going to make changes to this one, would you mind making a copy so that this configuration is saved and you can change what you want, but having this one saved with the 2 choices I was speaking about is what I wanted to do.
With 8 looking the way that it does, shameful. Okay. I don't really know what I want to make changes to, if I was being honest. I really
Well,
want
if you want to make changes to 8, like that's totally fine. All I was trying to say was that
You
I
want
want
the,
that, I want that choice reflected. So like whatever you change to 8, we should copy to the other version too, that has the different configurations of Grosse Pointe with Grosse Pointe Shores.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? But if you want
Yeah.
to change it totally, like I think it does stem too long from almost downtown to 8 Mile. Like I agree with you.
Yeah, we can make a copy of that, of this map, sorry.
So this is version 4, and the new map is going to be version 5. Yep, I'm talking out loud. Okay, this is a copy, and this is, you can't hardly see 11. We can change that to something. I'm just making an assumption you're going to be making changes in the area.
Yeah, I kind of want to see, can we take a loose scan of this map just before I make changes?
Yeah, I'm just getting 11, so it's more obvious.
Mhm.
So, yep. This is, the 5 and 6.
Can you zoom into the border, the western border so I can see where 5 and 4 stop?
Okay, yeah, 5 and 4. This
what?
is Linden Street. My cursor's on Linden. So that's Linden right across here.
Right, what is the street that's going north and south? So I was looking at the western border of 5.
The western border of 5, that's 16 and 17. That is Southfield Freeway.
Okay, and then can you go south so I can see where 4 stops? I mean, I know it kind of has that stair step piece, but
the biggest line boundary is
to the west.
That's Tinneman or something like that. That's
Okay.
Tireman Street down there.
Tireman, yeah.
And that's more of 39.
Okay,
And
can
that's
you?
Joy up there.
Okay.
Um, 4 and 9, 8 come together right here. I should change. Nope, there we go. It disappeared on me. Oh, I'm sorry about that. It just shut down.
Your program shut down, Kent?
Yep, just shut down. So I'm bringing it back.
Okay.
I'm gonna share. There you go. The share screen goes away. Everything goes away. I don't really get it. So I don't know if it isn't the Zoom. I'm getting an error and it calls it disconnect because it drops the share. I don't know. It doesn't really matter at this point. So version 5. The computer didn't shut down. The application just stopped.
Mhm.
So it's coming back. I guess you guys see it. So. I was going to change the color of 4 so you can
Yes.
see the contrast between that and 8.
Okay. They have like a dark yellow, something. Mhm.
Yep. there's your 4 and 8 differentials. Any questions? That's your John C. Lodge Freeway.
Can we put the neighborhood layer, the
Yes.
names?
So, yeah, this has, and, oh, the only thing split here is Oakman Boulevard wraps around, makes an L shape. And this is Livernois Avenue, Livernois.
Livernois, you said it
Yeah,
correctly.
Livernois. So Narden Park, Russell Woods, Oakman.
Okay, so that's 8. Can you show me District 11?
We slide over to 11. And the only reason why it runs up, this dark part up here is because that's the whole precinct. So I guess got a little piece of corner village carved out going into 10. Got a little, no, that's neighborhood there. So that's, downtown Ravendale, Cornerstone.
Okay. I mean, as I've said before, when I'm attempting to do commissioners is to break up 8. So that it is not extending from 8 Mile to Midtown. Because what's starting to happen in our maps is we're having smaller COIs inside of kind of like the larger city. And I would like to change that. So ideally 8 would stop. I mean, at its most southern part, if it had to go that far in the Russell Woods, Dexter Linwood area. And then you would have, I'm just talking this out for right now, Boston Edison, Piety Hill, LaSalle Gardens, you'd have all of that, maybe even Russell Industrial, North End, that chunk, Eastern Market, that would be an area. But that would cause some changes into 1, 9, 11, those pieces. Commissioner E, did you have your hand up?
I was gonna say pretty much what you said at the end there. No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Because there is a difference between like the midtown downtown area. I mean, you could have only a downtown area. That's kind of what it looks like in 11, like downtown up the river through Belle Isle. You could also have a downtown plus midtown district, which is I think what you're speaking of, and then reconfiguring 9 and 8 in order to make that work. You'd kind of have a combination of those parts of Detroit with the Bengali community of interest that we've spoken about a couple times now, which could work. So I say go for it. Give it a shot.
If anyone has any suggestions on which way, because listen, I never liked doing puzzles growing up. If they were big puzzles, great, immediate gratification. But if you see something that could work faster than the method that I'm using, please don't take the attitude that you can't collaborate with me. I'm not sensitive.
I'm just wondering how much of this map you want to keep, or if you might want to start fresh and start with your downtown area. And then
Okay.
you could lay in some of these
Idea.
districts if you like them.
Yeah, that's kind of, and that's why I'm trying to process what is the best way to accomplish that. So if that's a suggestion, we could go that route with you all helping me to quickly fill in the other areas, because there are parts of this map that work, but like District 8 does not work. I think 11 could be tweaked a little. I'm very, very, very conscious also of Hamtramck communities and Dearborn communities that are seemingly on either side, but I just think that we could get this to be a little better. So if we want to start from scratch, I would appreciate everyone chiming in to help me get the districts right, rather than to peel through it in this slow fashion. Does that make sense, Chair, Commissioner Orton?
Sure.
Okay.
You could start by, one thing you could do is just erase whatever districts you want to redraw. I mean, you could erase 4 or 5
That's true.
districts.
This is a copy.
Yeah, or 1 through, district numbers.
What do we think is more efficient? That's yeah.
Commissioner Callahan or Commissioner Muldoon?
I think Callahan had her hand up first. I was just gonna say probably easier just to remove what you don't like completely. And then maybe we just redraw those sections, to adjust the other ones a little bit and then redraw.
Commissioner Callahan, did you want to say something?
I think I'm pretty much saying the same thing as him. I think you could probably erase all these communities that are downtown in 8. This map already has 5 and 6 fixed. I think the way that, we can mess around with them a little bit, but basically those are fixed. And the other ones that we knew we were going to take out, 9, 13, and that arm of 4 are erased. So if you just erase the ones you don't like here, I think we can start from this map. It's a pretty fresh template. Might be quickest.
Okay.
Or we could, in a similar fashion, would just highlight a large amount of area and unassign it. Which is what they're talking, one way, another way of doing it. Or just delete 8, 9, and 11, for example, and edit start from there.
I would really like to see you draw District 8 the way you think it should be drawn, because I've heard, on every single map we've done, that District 8 is just not right. And 4 seems to be kind of playing into that as well. I think we've got 5 and 6 fixed on this map. So if you could get rid of those other ones, draw 8 the way you think it should honestly be drawn, then we can fill in 4. And then I think from there, some of the other will come together a lot more easily.
So what I'm hearing is delete 4, 8, 9, and 11.
Yeah, or whatever districts play into the area you want to play with.
Possibly 1 too.
You could start with, for example, deleting 1 district, whichever one, whatever, and then just start drawing that district. Let it impact other districts however you want.
Yeah, so let's delete 8 and 9. Or erase what we've created for 8 and 9.
Yep. So I'm going to erase 8, and because you can always go back and erase more.
As well as 1.
Okay. And 1. Okay.
Yeah. I'm hesitant because I'm like, do you just want to do 11 too, Brittany? It's not that I don't like those districts also. I just need parts of them to try and.
I just cut the visibility off. So that white area, you're not limited to that. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that for, you may want to go all this way or.
Yeah, let's take 11 too.
But this is just, the big. Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's enough for right now.
And then when when you get over next to 4, you want to change 4, you change 4, you change 14, whatever. And,
Okay.
just pick your core area of 8 and go to 10. Or 9 or 11 or whatever you want to do.
Can you zoom in?
Want me to turn the neighborhoods back on?
Yeah, so actually you can maybe zoom a little. I thought they had gone away because
Yeah, I just moved them so it was the grand pic, you could see the big picture better.
okay. So I would for 8, I would like Green Acres, State Fair.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I keep saying that. All right. Something like that.
Yep, Nolan, University District. All the way down. You can really just get it all the way down to Highland Park. I really want Conant Gardens, Pershing, and Butler too, but
You want to get them or?
I think you should take them. Let's draw 8 like
yeah,
you.
Butler,
See it.
Pershing, Conant.
Okay. Now we're getting, into, other neighborhoods, but that can be straightened out.
I think you have a piece of Farwell that.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I want to create a district. Again, I'm just talking this out where the Midtown, Downtown, Woodridge, Bangla. I think that would be interesting. You all can correct me, Anthony, whoever, if you think that, if you remember something for the COIs where that would not work, but.
You're talking about putting that COI in 8 right now, right? Or are you thinking about having it be not an 8?
Maybe not an 8, but I'm going back and forth.
Well, that's like, we can overlay what we have on the other map if you want, but it's like it's the North Campus, Bungalow Town, Buffalo Charles, into Airport Sub, Hamtramck areas, plus a couple districts that I think on Tuesday, might have been yesterday, but it might have been Tuesday, that we added to it according to a map.
Hamtramck has a lot of people, and I'm doing blocks.
No, don't. Yeah, you were just selecting it. Don't put that in there. Yeah.
Hamtramck's its own city.
Yeah.
Hamtramck's got 28,000.
Yeah.
So
Don't put that in 8 just yet. That's me just
that's
put that on ice for a minute.
Yeah, that's it.
So Martin, let's go back to where we were in 8. Martin Park.
Do we want to go into Holland Park?
Mm-hmm. Yes. What do we have? I'm waiting for the numbers.
Yeah, that's 22,000. You want to assign that to 8?
Yes. There's a little piece in Palmer Park that's unassigned, but
I'm getting it. As soon as it refreshes. No. So you're a little less than halfway there.
okay. Scroll. What happens if I pick up North Campo and Davison on the eastern side of 8? Actually, no, I'm sorry. Pick up Farwell and Crans Woods.
Where am I? Oh, up here.
14, yeah.
Yep, yep, yep. So 8 still needs 30,000. 14 is down 15,000. So at some point.
Okay, we'll
Didn't
just
we
see.
kind of do this yesterday at some point? Something similar to this?
I would be the wrong historian to ask. North Campo, can you select that? Can you select Gateway, Dexter, Linwood, and Russell Woods?
Oh.
Not Buffalo Charles.
Yeah, the precincts go down in there, so. And Davidson will do that up blocks. Okay, what's the next move, Commissioner?
Go back south. So, and on my, yeah, Russell Woods, right where your cursor is, in Dexter, Linwood.
See that?
What is that little L shape? Is all of that Gateway? Oh, I see what you're doing over there, but does Dexter, Linwood,
Trying to get it fixed.
Okay.
So let me finish getting the 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and next would be, I'm gonna save this real quick. Okay, 8 is still 17,000 down.
Can you select Gateway, which is right underneath Highland Park? And then I'd like to know the population for Narden Park, which is in 4.
Okay, I'll select. Not what I wanted to do. I went into a little bit of Boston Edison.
That's fine. You can
I
clean
think
that up.
so. 8 still needing 15, 16,000.
Okay. Clean up the part that's going into Arden Park and Boston Edison, those little.
You want those on the side?
Unassigned, yes, please.
So these blocks are split by the neighborhood boundary.
That's what I,
So it's, at some point you can zoom in and decide which blocks you want those.
Can you zoom out, please, Kent?
Is that better or?
A little bit more, please. Can you take Sherwood and Grant?
Absolutely. And Norton, or leave Nordtown out?
I don't know if we need to take all three, we can. But I feel like, I don't know how many people the numbers aren't up for that.
Brittany, you had asked for something on the other side to know the population. That hasn't happened yet, just a reminder. And I see Commissioner Eads' hand.
Yeah, no, I was gonna see, Brittany, if you wanted to go eastward into those neighborhoods, but I might also suggest taking out that north area, not the neighborhood. It's called I'm having trouble seeing the one above Bungalow Town.
North Campo, yeah.
Yeah, I think we want to take that out and keep going the direction you're going.
Okay.
Possibly. Because that area is a part of that
It
COI.
bleeds into, yeah, exactly. I just didn't, I was like, well, I can get rid of it later.
Yeah.
Okay, what we want to do here, 8 is still 10,000 down.
Okay. Can we take out North Campo? I know that's gonna make 8 be down more, but
Go to unassigned.
took out a little piece of Davison too.
Yes. And we're gonna put that back into 8.
Okay, can you zoom out? And I think I need to see what's happening.
So 8 still needs 11,000.
Looks like Nortown is split.
Yes, it is. I think she said don't put Nortown in there, and I did. So, Commissioner Cullum, do you want me to put all of Nortown into
You
8?
put all of Nortown in there and then zoom out for me, please.
Sure.
For right now, that's fine. And then
I'm waiting.
Yeah, I realized that when it
And
was
not very patiently.
It's okay.
No, I'm waiting on the computer.
Apparently, I'm not being patient either. I-4 is over. How many folks are in Narden Park?
Narden Park contains approximately. Okay,
So technically what I've done, this is not exactly, I've gone more east for 8 than I would have typically gone. I really would have included Oak Grove, Bagley, Fitzgerald, Marygrove, and Chalfont into 8, which would have left us having to fix 5. So I've compensated for that piece, just in all honesty. Commissioner Lang has her hand.
I see
raised.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Waiting for silence. But I'm glad that you were explaining what you were doing. Commissioner Lang.
No, I'm sorry, mine is not referring to the map. I have to leave, so I just wanted to know if we will be coming back at 2:00.
There has been a request from the mappers to give an 1.5 hour lunch break so they can transfer the various versions over. So that would be around 2:30.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Callahan?
I was gonna suggest why can't you take Bagley and Garden Homes and those into 8? 5 could possibly push south down the Grand River, maybe?
Okay, that's fine. I love that suggestion. A part of it is like, are we willing to to work together to make that quickly happen? So I was in the essence of time, I was just trying to figure that out, even though I'm still going my own little pace. So let's try that. Let's actually take Garden Homes, Oak Grove District, Bagley, Fitzgerald, Marygrove, and Chalfont, and then shave off the districts that I've created or is assigned for 8 that are on the east side. Sorry, there's some more hands.
Yeah, I see Commissioner Zatella's hand. The interpreters are ready for a lunch break as well. So
Okay.
can I suggest that we'll hear from Commissioner Zatella, but then I think maybe break for lunch and you can complete your turn when we come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask if we were gonna break for lunch, and then is EDS planning on uploading maps that we worked on this morning over the break? Is that what I'm understanding?
No, I think
Typically-
they're transferring. Kim is going to be mapping this afternoon, so they need to
Okay.
transfer from Kent to Kim.
So yeah, typically we upload just at the end of the evening,
Okay, all right, thank you.
because you guys can change stuff. I mean, we do it at the commission's direction, but typically. So, am I stopping right here, right now? That's a question for chairperson, Commissioner.
I think you could go ahead and assign those that Commissioner Kellum listed off down that row. And so I think unless anyone has an objection, we will break for lunch now. And okay, we will come back at 2:30.
And I will not be here. Kim will be doing the drawing. Okay. He'll have all the plans that we've worked on this morning in his workspace. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Don't miss us too much, Kent.
Bye, y'all.
We have an interpreter on.
Doesn't look like it yet.
Okay, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:31. Will the secretary please take roll?
Certainly. Please say present when I call your name, commissioners. There will be no need to share your location unless your location has changed from this morning. I will begin with Elaine Andrade,
Present.
Donna Callahan,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Ede, Brittany Kellum, present.
Rhonda Lang,
Present.
Stephen Lett,
Present.
Marcus Muldoon,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
Rebecca Zatella,
Present.
Janice Villette,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
I'm going to go back to Anthony Ede, Juanita Curry. Madam Chair, you have 11 commissioners present.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we will continue mapping the Detroit area of the State House map. And we were in the middle of Brittany's turn. And I believe Kim is our mapper.
That's correct, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Let me share my screen so that you can see some of what we'll be showing. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. I have loaded in, Kent sent me the 5 files that you guys created this morning. I have loaded them in. I've attached an AM to them so that you know these are what you did in the morning. And then we can add to it or change it to PM or however you want to do. I also have loaded in the ones from yesterday on the 17th, the 5 versions there. And I've got loaded in the 16th 4 versions that were there. That's the way I'm set up. So I can pull up any of the plans that you'd like to start working with.
I think the last plan that we were working with was version 5.
Yes, that's correct. Okay. Let me bring that up. Now, I've done a couple of things a little bit different than what Kent has on his screen. All right, they are not there, but let me bring them on with label management. All right, I've got to go and add in the neighborhoods again. Hold on just a second. They were there. I tested them all out, and then I shut down my machine to get it all fresh, and now they're not there. So let me go and get them again. It should end up being over here for some reason. And there's neighborhoods. Now, one of the things that I had done is I had changed a little bit in terms of the properties of the neighborhoods. Instead of being red, I made them black and increased the width and changed the labeling to be the name, like what Kent had. And what that allows me to do is, for me that is blind, unlike, well, Anthony was saying he was blind too, this lets me see the names of each of the neighborhoods a little bit better, and hopefully you'll be able to see them too. And we can, just like what Kent was doing, we can zoom and whatever, and then I can turn on and off these, but it hopefully will give us all a little bit better to see the names of our neighborhoods. And with that, we can start drawing any which way, and we can turn off. I've got labeling for total pop.
So I was working on, specifically, I was working on District 8, though things will have to be sorted out. So you can go north to that brownish district.
Okay.
And zoom in slightly. Yep, that's good. I'm gonna have you unassign Sherwood. It's the eastern part. Well, what is that? The northeastern part of District 8.
Up
So I'm
on
gonna
top.
have you, pardon me.
I'm sorry, eastern part, Sherwood,
Yes.
up here. Yep.
I'm gonna have you unassign Sherwood, Northtown, and Grant.
All right.
And uh-oh. Okay, I fixed it. Never mind.
Yep.
Yep, Sherwood, Northtown, and Grant.
Let's see. All right, we'll just have to do it. All right. There we go. You want Grant also?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So 8 is at 88. Okay. Can you go to the west side of District 8 and select Fitzgerald Marygrove? It's right where your cursor was in Bagley. Go south or go down, whichever you prefer. So right under Bagley is Fitzgerald Marygrove. But there's a little piece in Bagley that is.
Yep. All right, and you want to put those, what, into
8.
5?
I want to put Fitzgerald Marygrove into 8. Right there.
Right there. Okay, I'm sorry. Yep.
That whole area.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's selecting it by precinct. Is that what it's doing?
Yeah, that's what we're attempting to do. The straight assign gets you there. All right, so there's Marygrove, Fritz, Gerald.
Gerald, can you select Chalfont just because
Yep.
Okay. And then take out Davison.
Okay, put it where? Into
It's just going to be unassigned. So the eastern part of District 8, can you remove Davison
okay.
on the right side of District 8?
I'm sorry. Yep. All right.
And then can you go down to the southern part, the bottom of District 8? Is Narden Park? I can't tell. So that's in with 4, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. I need to get rid of 6,000.
Yep, you're 5,200 high.
Yeah.
Can you see that spreadsheet there?
Yes, with the districts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, I just wanted to see if we wanted to make it a little bit bigger.
Can you remove Farwell, Butler, Pershing? It's the top right half of District 8. The up, yep. Can you start removing those chunks over there?
Okay.
Start with Farwell, yeah. And then come down to Crans Woods after that. But I think Farwell might. Oh, too many people. Wait.
Yep. All right. Some of these back in.
Yeah, we've Pershing and Crans Woods and see.
All right. So 8 is just about where we want to be.
Okay.
Yep.
That can be cleaned up later. I'll leave 8
Sure.
where it is. Can you zoom out?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And we can, with label manager, we can hide the neighborhoods so that if anybody wants to just see
Yeah.
the overall shape of it.
I like the neighborhoods when I'm actively drawing. So that's always going to be my request. The numbers are helpful, but it's just a lot to look at on the screen. Can we?
And we can turn off the labels too, so that all you're
That's
looking
good.
for.
Yeah, for right now. Let's now. Okay, this is when I want you all to help me get some of the way that the districts were drawn before. I know that 5 needs to be fixed, but I'm not gonna look at that for right now. So what I would like to do is, I don't know if we should address Hamtramck now or like the Midtown downtown, like a district.
Commissioner Callahan, your hand is up.
I think I'd like to see us try to maybe go downtown and get that district in, or the Bangladesh community of interest, if that one's kind of hanging out there.
Yeah, that's what those are the 2 choices that I was talking about.
I think either one of those would be fine for our next step.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Callahan.
Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, there are enough people to make 2 districts, so you can make a more downtown one and a more Hamtramck centered one.
That's what I would like to do. Okay, so
I do see,
Go
I don't
ahead.
mean to interrupt.
No,
I
you're-
do see like Chandler Park on the right side and then Delray on the left side that are unassigned right now. So just be aware of that.
Do you think it'd be easier to assign them and then go back and, or should we
But
just?
now those are a part of District 1 previously, right? I mean,
Yes.
Right. Yeah, you would erase District 1, so that's why it's white. It's not assigned.
you'd probably have to, you probably have to rope that into the downtown district then.
Mhm.
We have enough left for 2 districts, right? We don't have 3. Oh no, we do have 3.
I think you have 3. Yeah. Yeah, we got 3 of them sitting there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Carry
and
on.
And 1.
Can we change the color of either 8 or the, I think it's 4 up above
It's
it there?
4.
Same on
Sure.
my screen.
Yeah, Kent changed 4, but I think it got inadvertently,
Yeah, when they get transferred, they end up going back to default colors. So you want District 4 to be,
something else.
yeah.
Thank you.
Bernie, I almost feel like you could put 1 back and still make the downtown district
That's
and
what I was
Hamtramck
thinking.
district.
Yeah.
Was there a reason why you wanted to delete it?
No,
Or-
I did it just in case, but
Okay.
no. I
Yeah.
liked, what 1 was. I didn't have an issue with that. So how far did we come up? I didn't look at that. Marcus, do you remember?
I believe we were just city name right now. Once he moves the thing, I feel to kind of give you an idea.
Sorry, Commissioner Muldoon, I just called you by your first name.
As long as I'm not late for dinner.
Yes. All right, so where would you like to move? And it's 4 better for you now? Can you see it better?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Marcus, do you want to?
If you back out, I can see a little bit
Okay.
better.
Sure.
I think that we were up towards Claytown with one and then kind of came along the bottom a little bit. Claytown and Midwest, there's where one went up to. So basically from all the way down by just north of Lincoln Park there, River Rouge, Bay Bonton, Oakland Heights, all that was all one.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's that, and then we went up until around, I think we were trying to decide if we wanted Mexican Town with the Downriver District or with the Detroit District, right?
Yeah, we went to
Yeah.
we stopped at Corktown, so Mexican Town, West Side Industrial.
I think that makes sense.
All right, so let's assign to District 1, starting down here. So at least we get that into the system. Okay, and coming up, Carbon Woods Works,
Mm-hmm.
Del Rey.
I think it was River Rouge and E-Course, correct, you all?
Yep. The whole downriver area.
That's what I thought. I'm not getting. There we go. Yeah. That's what I. We'll get into 2 down below there. The unassigned. Where's my unassigned? So this voting precinct comes down here. That's why that's picking up there. So we can clean that up.
Okay.
I think you're meaning to include all that, aren't you, Brittany? It has to be. Has to
Yeah,
go
not
somewhere.
not just Brittany. Yeah, I'm trying to recreate what was drawn before. That's why I said, Marcus, you can. This is a shared. Whenever I'm drawing, it's a
Oh.
shared turn.
I was just letting them finish catching up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, E-Course should be included.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, all the way down to the south there, Kim.
Yep. Oh, yep. All right.
And then that little strip that runs up the river towards downtown, just along the river was in it.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lang, your hand is up.
Since you guys are drawing in that area, I was going through some of the public comment that we had, and there was one particular, a couple of them that said Melvindale should be included with Ecorse, River Rouge, Lincoln Park and Lower Wayne County, if that helps.
I think, just to acknowledge what you said, Commissioner Lane, I think Melvindale is in with,
But yeah, it's just not with River Rouge.
yeah, it's with the other.
Army Corps. That Juanita changed the other day. I think it was to kind of help with that.
So this is extending actually through downtown now. Is that what we want to do? Do you want to stop District 1 at Corktown?
I think it was supposed to be stopped at Corktown. Is that right, you all?
Okay.
Yeah.
Before Corktown,
Okay.
at around Mexican Town, it had Midwest in it.
So it didn't have Hubbard Richer in it either.
I think Mexican Town and the West Side Industrial Complex is were the
Was where-
last
okay.
three that were.
Okay.
So we
Does
need
that
to
sound right to you, Mr. Muldoon?
Yeah, I think we took Corktown. I know we took downtown out. But the only spot we might run into a problem now is we were looking at earlier bringing that Riverside together more because now we're got to move more up towards was it 4 to be able to pull in people into 4. But I'm just I think that's earlier we did have downtown cut out and had Corktown cut out of it. It kind of stopped there at the West Side Industrial was the last district in it.
So these are precincts that end up going over, not over the neighborhood boundaries is what's happening. So let me drop down to the block level and pick some of that back up. Sorry. And you want Hubbard also?
Not included. I don't think that was included.
No,
Or-
just West Side Industrial, the whole section
Right.
West Side Industrial that runs up the river.
All right. Okay. All right. Where else would you like to go?
Can you all verify that that's accurate?
I think just there's a few things along the edges of
Right.
Central Southwest and stuff.
Unfortunately, got to get those car wraps. We are in Detroit, at least. Okay. Where next? We can clean this one up too. At least to get some of those.
Yes.
Are you going into Core City or North
No,
Town? No.
I
Okay.
think from what they've said, it stopped.
I think
where you have
Midwest
it. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry. No, I think Midwest was ended up in one at the end of the last when we kind of got it up that way. It wasn't four, then we ended up moving it into one. And I think that's what brought the population about where it needed to be.
Okay.
For some reason, I think that's where we ended with it.
Are we pulling in all of Midwest?
Yeah.
All right, we're getting down there. Clean up these, they're intersections, but are freeways. At least get the neighborhoods there. All right. We're 4.6 below still, so
Yeah, that whole northwest corner of Midwest that's still in 4.
up in here.
Yeah, to the west, to the left. That little top corner, isn't that part of Midwest?
Yeah, but I think there's no people there, right?
Oh, okay.
I think is what, and it then goes across. It's one of those census blocks that would end up being split. So you're still 4,000 low.
You want to take Petoskey, Otsego?
Not there.
There's a little triangle above Mexican Town that I think is being left out.
Was that the Hubbard area that I was asking about?
Above the Hubbard area, you see that triangle, that curved
Oh,
That one,
right
right?
there.
No,
Below
go down
that.
a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
this area. Okay. Yeah, that census block cuts down here. So that's comes across. And that census block is, I mean, it's all freeway, but that's what that one is there. Sign these down there. Get rid of the one up above. Yep. So you're still missing 4,000. Come on. Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Anthony?
I was gonna ask Kim, can you just overlay the previous district one on top of this? And then we'll know for sure what areas are in it.
Yeah, from your from the Hubbard plan that you guys did? Or which overlay of which?
This was version 1 from today. Just that's what got changed.
Okay.
Or that was the start of this map.
All right.
I think is what that one was.
Let's see, where is my? That's showing up in. There we go. Version 1, you said?
I think that's what that one was from today's version 1.
Okay.
But one hadn't changed much throughout the most of them, so.
Change the properties of that. So we should see. All right, the red boundary is, let me turn off neighborhoods for a second. I'll make them not visible. And now our red line is the old plan or version 1 plan that you guys dealt with. So that did not have all of that territory there in the version 1. And it looks like it didn't have this area here.
Must have changed after that one then.
Yeah.
Yeah, this overlay must be a different version, but
You know, that's version 1 from first time this morning.
well, I mean, look, we're 4.5% off. Like, I think we can move on, honestly, and fix it later.
Okay.
Yes, because I'm gonna have to kind of relay race this because I have to go early, like in a few shakes.
All right.
Okay. So now,
So 5 is still way light and we don't have a 9 nor an 11.
mhm. So we're gonna create, since we just finished, let's do a downtown district.
Okay. You want to call that 9 or 11?
Sure, 9 is fine.
9 is fine. Okay. All right.
And that's gonna include that lower piece right underneath 4 and 8. So Petoskey, Ostego, Jameson, Boston, Edison, Arden Park, all the way down. Correct? What do you think about that, Anthony, Commissioner E?
Yeah, that could work. It could also work if if 5 needs more, could put a little bit of 5 into 8 and bring 8 down up until like New Center. and then do New Center South.
Okay, I like that.
Either way. So if you wanted to start a downtown district at New Center and across that
Yes.
that horizontal line,
Mhm.
you could do that and fix 5 and 8.
Okay. I wasn't gonna fix 5, admittedly. I was like, someone else will fix 5, but we can.
I mean, that's kind of where I think the area differs, like after you get past New Center.
I would agree. I would agree.
But the areas south of it, Tech Town, Woodbridge, down into Midtown, Corktown, downtown.
All right, so you're talking about all of this territory down here?
Mm-hmm.
Names, okay. So we want to do 9 at voting precinct level. And how high up now? Wayne State and that, or?
Yeah, Wayne State, New Center, Medbury Park, the Cultural Center, Tech Town. You're stopping at New Center as a boundary.
Okay. Goldberg too?
Yes.
Okay. These are precinct boundaries that are being selected. And then how about how far over to the right? To the east? Forest Park, Old Town? Or let me assign here. And let me change the color so we can distinguish it a little bit better. There. And what? Manage districts.
What do you think about, keep going, Kim, what do you think about including Milwaukee Junction, Russell Industrial into 9, or are we thinking that should go into 8?
Well, you need a lot of population still, and there is a lot of population going upwards through the river, Forest Park.
Yeah, I was just trying to create the boundary because I know after that we're going to do the Hamtramck community. So I want to make sure that I nestle that in appropriately. So really, that's why I was asking.
That precinct is real big here. Territory wise.
I'm like, how do we get over there?
That's because I'm selecting by precinct and see how big that is?
Yes.
So it's getting all the way over there. So let me drop down to blocks. And then I can pick up these. So let me go back in and assign these guys. Back to 1. All right. Okay, so how far?
Could I ask you to zoom out to get a big view of it real quick and then
Sure.
I'll be quiet. I just want to see the whole area real quick.
Okay. Let me turn off.
Commissioner Andrada, you have a hand up as well.
Yes, I was just about that one, thinking about going along the river, Rivertown, Gold Coast, Indian Village, West Village, to add into one for population.
Thank you, Kim. That's all I needed.
Okay. Okay, so what are we looking at? We still have 9, needs a whole bunch more.
Yeah, so you can select Russell Industrial, Forest Park, McDougal Hunt, Elmwood Park.
This is going into 9.
And then after you finish that, I'm gonna, let me see, Commissioner Eid, if you're okay with that, I'm gonna designate the rest of my turn to you. Because I have to go take care of something.
Yeah, I think this is really good progress. Who's next after you? I think they can continue, and when my turn's up next, I can continue it too.
Okay. I would just appreciate if we can, continued in the spirit in which we were
I got you.
trying.
The spirit of this District 9 that you're making is a downtown, midtown centered district, right?
Correct. And then after that, not Brittany and Kellum would like to see, but I think in thinking of the COIs, then we go into Hamtramck and create that district, and then we have a little chunk off to the, what is that? I mean, the east based upon where we are, but off to the right, that was District 11 that I took out, but needs to be addressed. And then we still haven't fixed 5.
Right.
Sorry.
You want Rivertown too? In this district, 9?
Yes.
Okay. And were you going all the way up here, Gold Coast and?
So that.
I think that's what Commissioner Andrada was suggesting.
Okay.
I wish we had a different view while drawing was taking place, because it is so limited sometimes. Like
Sometimes, I know.
I
Yeah.
want to see more and less at the same time, and it's not possible.
That's why you need a second monitor on these things, you know? You want to include East Village and Marina District going up here?
Yes, but I also can't see like the top of what is above East Village, because we have Gratiot Grand that looks like it's not completely filled in, and Gratiot Town Kettering as well.
Okay. So, but you didn't want to get up north of New Center, right?
No,
Okay.
Well, the population is over now, right? Is it? Oh, maybe not.
No, it's
No,
under,
Oh,
it's
I'm
still
sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Never mind.
20,000. Yep.
the only thing that we could do that was more north is include Russell Industrial, but in the Milwaukee, those little. Have you split? Do you have Pole Town in there? I don't know about that.
Two. So, so you want the other district to come down here, Hamtramck and all of this up here, right?
I want 8 to come down farther, and then that would allow us to reassign population back into 5.
Okay.
Where are we with 9? 9 could also go into Pingree Park, East Canfield, West End, and Gratiot Town, Kettering.
Those, okay.
But I don't know. Maybe we should bring 8 down first and then adjust 5.
Okay, whichever one you want to do.
Let's do that because after that, I have to go.
Okay, so now 8 is, as it's drawn right now, is right at the ideal population size.
Right. So the western part of 8, let's reassign to 5. And then what we're going to do is collect some population from the southern part of 8. I think I'm saying that correctly.
we change the color of 4 or 5.
Sure. All right.
And then I will come back for the last little part of the meeting if we're still meeting.
That better?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so you want 8 to give up some of this territory to 4 or this territory to 5?
That territory to 5.
Okay. Neighborhoods. All of Bagley?
Yes.
And so 5 is right within the margin.
It's
minus
I'm
0.66.
sorry. I'm sorry, Kim, go ahead.
So 5 is right within the margin and 8 is still low.
Okay, so then we'll go back down.
I think Oak Grove is split though.
That's what I was gonna ask him before. That's what I was-
Okay. And what about Garden Homes?
So I would select Garden Homes and Oak Grove and put them into 5.
Okay. All right, it's now on the high side, but still within the 2.5 margin. So it's 2.26 over, 2,000 people over, but that's within the margin.
Okay.
And now 8 needs another 25,000. And 11 doesn't have anything yet.
What do you all suggest? I can pick up. The only reason why I'm hesitating is it's a COI neighborhood thing. So now we're talking about putting in Virginia Park, Piety Hill, Boston Edison, which if you're driving south down Woodward is after Highland Park. It's right before the new center area, which obviously that's what's shown on the map. But then we have residential neighborhoods and communities, including Highland Park, that are now in the top portion of 8. Or if I don't use that below, I can try and piecemeal with Davison and Farwell. But yeah, those are my thoughts. It's not ideal, but I can get that lower chunk below 8 and put that and assign that into 8.
Well, if the other district that you want to see is Hamtramck, Bangladeshi Community of Interest District, centered around Hamtramck and Buffalo Charles, I think the question is, what is more similar to that? Is it the Farewell, Connor Creek area, or is it the north end, Virginia, Jameson area? Because you're gonna have to, everything that's unassigned is essentially gonna have to go into another district.
Yeah.
So my gut would tell me to go down on 8 and then go eastward and northern on the other one.
For the other district. Okay, let's try that, Kim, please.
But it also makes sense to bring 8 more eastward to include Farwell. in my
See,
opinion.
this is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So put these into 8 then. Okay.
Yeah, let's put those bordering communities into 8, and then that will leave room to try something else.
$14 also needs population.
Well, it's gonna have to wait. Okay, so I'm going to get 8 to where it needs to be, and then I am passing it to who's after me?
Commissioner Lang.
Lang, okay. I'm really hoping that we can continue to create.
8 still needs 18,000 people.
Oh. Okay.
Ms. Callum, I don't, maybe to narrow it out easier, would it be easier to make that Bangladesh community you're referring to separating out, so then you know what you have left around it? Just to kind of narrow that little section out.
I'm not opposed to trying that, but I sincerely do have to go now.
Someone can take it up from here.
Okay.
if you
Do you
like.
want North Campus and Bangletown to go into 8?
No. That would be its own Hamtramck.
Okay, that's Hamtramck.
Yeah.
Okay. So down here or up by Sherwood? Which way you want to go?
Commissioner Wagner, you have a hand up?
I was just wondering for all of you that are in the Detroit area, wouldn't it make more sense to put the Petoskey and the, connect that to 8? I don't know how that works out for COIs at the moment though, but otherwise we're gonna box ourselves in there.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're debating. You know, to go there south of 8 or go east of 8.
Right.
Do either or.
We also had to add more to 1 too, so we can't, if you go too far, it won't be able, I should go down into 9.
Right.
What happened to 1? No, you heard me, Commissioner, because I don't understand. I didn't touch that area at all. I don't know how that. I just unassigned. I should have never. Oh well.
Solid experiment.
Yeah. Okay, you all. It's a rather long turn. It's an unfinished turn, but I think it's going in a pretty decent direction. If we can give a Hamtramck community and then even out the numbers once we get that narrowed down. I don't think it's a bad suggestion what you said, Commissioner Muldoon, but I also don't want us to get boxed in, and I don't have the answer right now, and I have to leave. Yes.
Okay, we can, I'm sure we will revisit. as
Okay.
well. Thank you.
Go forth and serve. Sorry, I have to leave early.
Commissioner Lang, it's your turn.
I want to bring up version 2 from yesterday, please.
Okay.
And we probably should just make a copy of it.
Let me shut down. Close. Save. Let me close this. And version 2 from yesterday is what you were looking at?
I believe that's the right one, yeah.
Okay. And we'll copy that and make that then 18 and this is
I'm on to it.
Version 6, right? This is the 6th one we're doing today.
It's okay, baby.
Looking at me like they could, I have cheeses.
All right, so this is version 2 from yesterday. It's now called the 18th version 6. So what would you like to do with that?
First, I just want to take a look at the different cities, kind of get an overview again, and looking at community of interest that were given in public comment. So I just want to get my bearings real quick on what is where.
Okay. Do you want neighborhoods or not neighborhoods? To see.
Neighborhoods for the moment, please.
Okay.
And then I'm going to ask help from Commissioners Zutella and Wagner also, because there's some areas I'm not exactly sure of where they are. So is Commissioner Zutella on?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay.
I've been on.
Oh, sorry. You've been quiet. There were multiple comments about E-course, Melvindale, Lincoln Park included with Lower Wayne County. Now, would that be considered downriver? But then
No.
there, okay,
No.
that would not. Okay.
Yeah, typically, no.
And so that would put it part of 2 and 1 though, correct?
Right. It is right now, at least.
Okay. Can we bring Melvindale into 1?
Okay.
Actually grab, no, never mind, just the Melvindale for the moment.
Okay. Oops, wait a minute. No, I don't want whole counties.
And while he's doing that, Commissioner Zutella, I'm going to ask, I was writing down the different ones that came in, and there were several that said Dearborn E-course, Melvindale. Does that seem like something that makes sense? From a standpoint, I know you had access maps too.
Yeah, so Dearborn, E-course, and Melvindale, I wouldn't necessarily say are a good fit. Melvindale with Dearborn, or Melvindale part of Allen Park with Dearborn. I know we received quite a bit of public comment from teachers in particular who said there's some overlap in school districts there and that they asked to be included with Dearborn for that reason. But E-course is quite a bit different, in my opinion, than Melvindale and even further away from Dearborn. So I don't know.
So
Mark,
these comments could have been based on teachers and school districts.
Yeah, but not the E-course. The E-course doesn't fit in with those other prior COIs that I remember people making comments about. So that's I would say that that's not a COI that I'm familiar with. That's what I would say. The one that I'm familiar with is Melvindale, and then and parts of Allen Park wanting that school district wanting to be part of the Dearborn district.
Okay, these are ones that I just had gone through, and that's why I'm asking, is because they're saying Dearborn, E-course, and Melvindale. But I know yesterday you had I believe it was yesterday, you had brought up the map that Access had presented to us. Do you still have access to that where we can kind of see how the current configuration works with Access's map?
I can find it. Yeah. You're talking about the one for Dearborn?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll look for it. Let me
Okay.
log into our portal. Take a look there. I believe that included E-course. It included Melvindale, but not E-course.
Okay. If we can look for that one real quick. And while she's doing that, Kent, while she's looking for that map, could you scroll up? Or maybe one of the commissioners from the area could tell me where Rosedale Park, North Rosedale Park, Grandmont, and Minogue Park are? Are those in one of the districts around there? I think it's by Dearborn Heights.
No, it's actually farther north. It's into Detroit.
It is in Detroit, so
Mhm.
what district is that in currently?
It's hard to tell because it's small. But I believe it's in whatever that kind of light gray one is.
16.
Yeah, I can't really see.
The
So
green, or is it in 5? That's,
oh yeah, it's in the green. Yeah, Rosedale Park, Minnock Park, Grandmont.
are all of
Yep.
them in the green then?
Yes, it looks like it. Can you scroll down a little bit so we can see a little further north? There you go. Yeah, right there. So you see Brightmoor, they're just to the east of Brightmoor.
Okay, so
So it's
all
that-
are, all
yeah.
are together now.
Yep.
Okay, that was another one. And then there was, let me check my notes here. There was what is considered the warehouse district. It says downtown Detroit warehouse district to Mexican Town. I can see Mexican Town. What's, and this was another one that was listed as a community of interest. So that is already included. Is that safe to assume that?
Yeah.
I don't know what the warehouse district would be.
Is that the West Side Industrial?
Mhm. That's what I would think they're referring to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the notes just say downtown Detroit warehouse district to Mexican Town.
So there's Mexican Town, that's in one. And the West Side Industrial is in one.
Okay. So that might be safe to assume that that's the warehouse district. Okay, and then. We have a little bit of conflicting too on the gross points. Going through the old communities of interest, it seems like there was some for Grosse Point, Harper Woods to be included. And then I know we had public comment that said Harper Woods doesn't go with Grosse Points. So we do have a map with it without Harper Woods, right? For the Grosse Points. I know I'm going all over the place. I'm just trying to make sure that public comment that's been given, at least some of it is addressed as far as a community of interest.
Mr. Lang, I believe we did that this morning. We had two, one with Harper Woods and one without, if
Okay.
memory serves.
Okay. All right. Did you find that map, Commissioner Zatella?
I did. Yep.
Okay. Well, I want to focus first on the access map and to see if it's possible to accommodate to the best of our abilities, I guess. And I need you to be my eyes, so help
Okay.
me through here.
So you want me to show it to you really quick?
Well, actually, if you can kind of tell Kim where to move the lines since you've got it in front of you and you know the area better, I think that would probably be a better use of time than me struggling.
So what is it you want to change? Because the access map is big. It has 200 and I think 10,000 people in it to define the Arab American community of interest. So it's big. It's a big map. It does include Melvindale with Dearborn. It includes Dearborn Heights with Dearborn. It includes a tiny bit of Detroit, north of Warren in as well. But it's a big area. So there's a lot in it. So it's I would kind of need to know like what you're trying to do basically. I mean, one of the things you could do is combine Melvindale with Dearborn, but then you're gonna have to take more population out somewhere else from Dearborn.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If we put Melvindale with Dearborn and then maybe took out some of the west side of section 3 and put it with the one that has Dearborn Heights, would that make sense?
Yeah, you could do that. And then you could shift those remaining areas of Detroit that are on the east side of the upper portion of the Dearborn Heights wraparound back into a Detroit district. That might work. I'm not 100% sure on the population. I haven't tested it, but that might work.
Okay, I just want to make them happy. So why don't we try that? Kim, I'm gonna have you add Melvindale into 3.
Into 3, all right.
Yeah. Of course, then that breaks up. Well, no, Dearborn, Melvindale, okay.
Okay.
And then I want to move over to the Dearborn Heights one. And I want to make sure that we're not breaking up precincts, but I want to add population kind of by that thin strip. So take the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so, going straight down that line and adding them back into Dearborn Heights, please.
You're looking at these across this area here?
Yes, see what we get right down that line.
Okay, going into 15.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Was that part of the access map?
Yeah.
Commissioners? Okay.
Yeah.
I understand with the population, you can't do one huge district, but I want to try and make sure that it was included in their map. Okay, so 15 is over, 3 is over. And 2 is under. Okay, so here's where you can give me some suggestions off that map, please. And if anybody's wondering, it's a community of interest map that was submitted by Access.
Commissioner Wagner.
I was just wondering if we still had that link available that I believe you shared yesterday, Commissioner Zadella.
Yeah, I'll drop it in the chat.
Thank you.
That's the map. And then this is the actual public comments.
Okay,
Yeah, so here's the problem is that you have to make choices with this map because what Access submitted is, so that bottom part that's in the purple, that's all Dearborn Heights. And so you could try to take out those districts to the north that are in Detroit and try to reduce your population in 15 that way. But,
is that Rouge Park?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's take out those then, Cam. Would that be that whole little corner there part?
Yep. I mean,
Okay.
and that's still part of the COI map. I mean, they carried the COI map all the way up to Joy Road.
Okay.
So parts of that are still within that COI map. But like I said, their map is pretty big. It's got a pretty big population.
Okay.
So you want District 3 to go up into this territory, right? Is what you're saying?
I think
No, I was suggesting taking those off and putting them into 4, not into
Yeah.
3, because 3 is already overpopulated.
Okay, into 4, all right.
Yeah. Although we're still going to have a problem with 2, because then we've got to figure out what we're going to put back into 2. But
Right.
you could carry it around, right? So you take from 5th, we pulled into 3, so then we're going to push into 15, then we're going to push 15 into 4, then we're going to push 4 into 1 and bring it back down to fix 2. I mean, you could do that. You could do a pinwheel.
You want Warrendale too?
Yeah, I would put those back into 4.
All right. Let's see, Warrendale's already in 4, it looks like.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
So now 4 comes down and all of Warrendale and far west Detroit.
okay. So then we're gonna go, let's see. I have to write these down so I can see the numbers and work with them. So 2 needs population, 4 needs to lose population, 3 needs to lose. 3, 4. Okay. You still looking at the map?
Yeah, so where are we at population wise? I'm sorry.
We're 106,674 and 4 now, so we need to shift population. Actually, 3 and 4 are both over, and 2 is under.
So 3 is under or over by 4,000.
Correct.
4 is, we're not gonna worry about 4 too much. Where's 15? 15's a little under. So I would take some more population from 4 or 3 and put it into 15.
Okay.
The 15.
And that's still gonna encompass the map, so it really doesn't matter kind of from where, does it?
I
What
mean, I
about-
would,
Go ahead.
I would go with the north, yeah.
That's
that
what I
right
was
there.
looking at.
I mean, yeah, I mean, either way, you've got parts of Dearborn mixed in with Dearborn Heights. It's just whether you want to do the south of Michigan Avenue corridor, or you want to do north of Michigan Avenue.
Okay, so we need like 3,400 people.
Mhm.
So why don't we start with that very corner piece first? Yep. And see what we pull in.
I was gonna say, that's gonna be way over.
That's what I was thinking.
That's 8,000, yeah.
There's a lot of people in those neighborhoods.
How about just the boot looking piece? We'll call it a boot, the
right.
very corner.
Let me clear selection.
The top left, Commissioner Lang.
Correct.
This one here, okay.
Yes, that one.
And this one,
Oh, how many are in the first one?
the
We
first
only-
one is 1,600.
Okay, yes, then the other one too.
So that gets you to 3,000, just under 3,000
Okay, add those in, please, to
Okay.
15.
into 15.
Okay, so we're good there. Now we've got 2 and 4.
So if you carry 4 through 1 down to 2, that will solve the problem.
Okay. So can we,
Oops, I'm up.
yeah, there we go. So we can see the whole thing. So do we start with like the Midwest where it says Midwest? That puts it to 4 or?
So you're taking from 4 and putting into 1.
Oh, right.
Is
Sorry.
are those 2 districts side by side that are both kind of beige? Or is
Yeah,
that, okay.
Yeah.
4 and 8. So let me change colors for you. Change 4. Well, let's see. Oh, the green. That do it. Oh, that's lighter, but not that much. there, we got red down there. Let's see what blue would do. Is that better?
Yep, I think so.
Right. So you want to take some out of 4 and go where? Go into 2?
Into 1.
Wait, just a second.
Okay.
Commissioner Wagner.
Oh, sorry. I was on the wrong map. Go ahead. Yes.
I was just wondering how, and forgive me, can we know how many districts are splitting up the Middle Eastern community and with that configuration? Is it just 2?
So the population from the community of interest map is more than 2 districts. But the bulk could be put in 2.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Okay.
I mean, it's up to you, Rhonda, if you want to do like Narden Park or if you want to try Barton, McFarland. I don't know, in aviation, I don't know what the populations are there. So you'd have to kind of see.
Okay, let's pull those ones. Let's try and keep it as compact as possible.
Okay, so we're gonna go those into 1 on that side, correct?
Correct.
So that's about 9,000 there. Now we go up to 11,000. Well, you know, stuff that's already assigned to that.
Okay.
So if we go ahead and assign that, let's see what that does. So that puts 1.
There's a very small little sliver under that aviation sub.
Right. But we've got 1 now way over 13,000. Too many in 1.
Well, yeah, we're
Right, because we're going to
we're
move it down to 2.
circling it.
Yeah.
Down there. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So let's go down to the block level to pick up that small piece.
And if it's in the block, is that going to break up a precinct? Because if possible, I'd like to not break up precincts. So if I need to add a little bit more to keep from breaking up a precinct, I would prefer not to if possible.
All right, so let's say that we're going to assign that or select that block at the precinct level. All
Okay,
right.
add that precinct in too, please.
Add that into 1.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Commissioner Zatella? I mean,
Yep.
okay. All right, so now 1's over. So we need to move down to 2.
Right. So there's 2. So
River Rouge and E-Course are both sitting there. I think that might be too much population. E-Course might be. I can't remember how many people are there approximately. But you could start with E-Course. Yeah, Boynton and Oakwood Heights are part of Detroit as Carbon works. So
Okay.
Right.
I wouldn't carve off pieces of Detroit.
Okay, let's add in the River Rouge and E-Course.
Yeah, it's
And
probably going to
the-
be too much population for both, but let's see.
So
Okay.
there's E-Course, that's 9,000 right there. in E-course.
Okay, that still leaves us good. So
Right.
add that.
And then it may be River Rouge. Let's see here. There's 1100. We're going into 2. 2 is under 1900, so you could go there. That's 2400, so that's a little bit high.
I don't really wanna. I don't really want to break up River Rouge either, because there's been a lot of comments about the River Rouge and E-course too, so. Help me think here, Commissioner Zatella, if we added more and did a circle one more time, I want to give as much of the access map as I can. I understand that the map presented was overpopulation, but I would like to try and give as much of it as I can.
So, what number of people are in River Rouge?
Let's see here. That's 1700. It's 3300. So it looks like River Rouge, that's 7,200.
So you could add part of Allen Park in, because that's also part of the access map. But
Okay.
then you're gonna have to take off parts of Dearborn Heights and put it into 4.
And Dearborn Heights is a pretty solid. I guess my
It's part of the
question,
COI. Yeah, it's part of the COI. So,
Right.
I mean, it's just like I said, the COI that was identified is bigger than 2 house districts. So,
Let me-
my personal preference would be to keep Dearborn as intact as possible, and then
Right.
take off the overage and put it into Dearborn Heights, because they're similar communities with similar histories. I appreciate that, Melvindale also has population that wants to be included, but there's just for this map, I just think that's difficult to do, because there's just too many people.
okay, so you're suggesting taking Melvindale back out?
I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you could leave this as an alternative map, and you create an alternative map and maybe take part of River Rouge. I definitely would not recommend taking part of Detroit out. I don't think that's the right choice. But
Okay.
I mean, the only other alternative is you could reshuffle again, but again, you're shifting population from the COI from one district to another.
So the Melvindale didn't.
Yeah.
So then basically I'm almost right back to where I started if I do that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it would not be. I think you have enough population in Dearborn to just have Dearborn be a house district and then have parts of it elsewhere.
Okay. All right, so
And
help
adding
me.
Melvindale just complicates that, I think, personally.
Okay, maybe I'll try seeing what I can come up with on my own on that, if it can be finagled some way, but okay, so let's get this area back into proper numbers. So I guess we've got to take Melvindale back out.
Yeah, I would just march it back, or you could just, didn't you save this as an alternative map? So you could do that. I mean, you could march it out if you want. Reverse it.
Well, we're gonna have to reverse it because the numbers aren't
Yeah, so
adding
then
up, unfortunately.
you'd have to put Melvindale back into 2,
Okay,
and I believe E-course back into 1.
okay, I guess let's do that. Sorry.
It's all right.
Okay. All right, so we want, we did, Melvindale went into 2 then, right?
Yes.
That's at the precinct level. We're in 2. Right, that's in 2 and pull out e-course and put it back into 1.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
All right, so now we got to put some in 3 because now 1 is.
Right.
Wait. Okay, so let's scroll out and probably just go back to those areas that we took out.
And
Yes,
take those, Spartan.
yes, put
North
those
Eighth.
back, please.
And those went into 3, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. And as I remember, this is part, or that's a precinct over connecting here, but it's splitting those 2 communities too, Joyce Schaefer and We Care. So what would you like to do with those 2 pieces?
Well, I'll come back to those real quick. You still got a little triangle up there on 1.
Oh, you're right, okay. And that's going into, did that go into 4 or went into 3? I don't remember.
I would say, well, right now, let's put it into 3. It's right there.
Okay, 4 is right up here too, so.
Right. But 4 population wise is almost on the money too, so I
Yeah,
guess it doesn't matter.
All right.
Unless it's a community of interest that I don't want to break up. So pretty much I just did a whole lot of nothing.
Well, we kept you entertained. What can we
I
say?
guess. I was hoping that I could make the area a little better.
All right. Assign that to 3. 3 is now 2,700 high. But 1 and 2 are, they're high, but they're within the margin.
Okay. Can you scroll out just a little bit? Can
Mhm.
you tell me what the population of, by that we care is in 4? Or in
So
3?
Rhonda, those weren't originally in 3 in the map that you were started with. Those were in 4, and then there was part of 4 that was in 15. So that's why it's throwing off your numbers so much.
Okay. So what are you suggesting?
So
Help me
I would
my
put
way
that
back
in,
out.
Those back into 4,
yeah.
Okay.
right? All right, so that's getting all of them within 2%, except for 5 is 2.3% high. But that's still within the 2.5 margin.
Can we kind of scan out a little bit? Again, I want to get a view of the Dearborn Heights area. Because we did improve it. We did add a little bit to the Dearborn Heights area. So it doesn't have that skinny part going through it.
Right, you thickened up that area there.
Okay.
and
So I guess
putting-
that could be a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's actually part of Dearborn, but like like I said before, Dearborn Heights kind of wraps around
Okay.
Dearborn, which is why that skinny line is there. That's actually how it's configured, but I don't think it hurts to put those western edge of Dearborn in with Dearborn Heights.
Okay. You want to make any other recommendations for me on this one? This was one that wasn't locked. And since there really wasn't a whole lot done, can we kind of scroll out just a little bit, Kent?
You might
Yeah.
want to look at
Tim.
12. You might want to look at 12 because the population is pretty far off on 12, and I think that's what's making your deviation so high.
Okay. Can we go to 12, please?
Yep. So that's where 12 is.
So here we have 10 is a little low, 12 is low. And all the ones around it are pretty. And 16. Did I take out of 16?
Your sound is cutting out, Rhonda.
Oh, sorry. I said, I'm just trying to see which ones are low. So we got 12, 16.
And
So.
so we look at what's in the view. What you're seeing here, you got 12 low, you've got 10 low, and 62, wherever that one is.
We don't need to worry about 62.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll try and keep it within the first 20 districts.
That's right. There we go.
So you could take a little from 11 and put it into 12. 11 can spare a little. You could do that Wade neighborhood.
Okay, let's do that.
All right. So where is
There you go.
Wade there? Okay. And put that back into 12, right? Is what you're saying?
Correct.
All right. Oops, hold on here. Sorry, I have an alarm clock in my office that I can't figure out how to stop the alarm. So my apologies.
No, that's fine. The
Okay,
last one you just did,
it went all the way down into Chandler
yeah,
Park.
can
too.
you take that one out?
Yeah. Go back to blocks on that side. Put those back into 11. Okay,
So we're still a little high or low.
yeah, 10 is a little low and 11's a little low.
Well, and I'm kind of blocked in.
Where's 6 in relation to that, Rhonda? You're a little over in 6.
Right.
6 is north of 8 Mile.
Far away.
To the west, yeah,
That's what I was wondering. You'd have to swing it in.
right. But those populations are gonna have to be fixed anyways. If this were to be an alternative map. So why don't we just try and swing it? So I'm trying to see where the goodness gracious. 10 and 21. Thoughts, Aaron? Or anyone?
I would not try to march population from 6 all the way over to 12.
No, no.
I don't think that's
neither
gonna
would
work.
I'm trying to look at the ones that are directly around it, like 13 is like 600 over, but I don't know if you could actually pull a anything out of 13.
Kim, isn't there a way that you can pull the precincts or the districts that have such large variations so we can see them just those districts?
Let's see here.
Oh, there you go. But that's 5%. Yeah.
Right. So that's 5, that's default. Those are within 5%. But you'd have to figure out what's not in here in this list. And in the view,
I think they're all within 5%, so.
right,
Sure.
yep. So if we're looking at 11 is what we were looking at. That's what's right around 11.
So you could take a little population from the bottom of 9 and put it into 11. That would get you there. 10, I think, is more complicated because you've got these nice compact municipalities that are combined together, and I would just leave that, honestly. I wouldn't try to mess with pulling a precinct out of, Roseville or somewhere else just to make that deviation lower.
But 10 is gonna need population, isn't it?
I mean, 5 is our target for overall deviation, so I mean, it's not that far over 5. Like I said, I wouldn't. My personal opinion is I would not want to pull a precinct from another municipality and throw it into that district just to perfectly align the population.
Okay.
I don't think
Okay.
that makes sense.
No, I'd agree, and I'm sure the community would agree too.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think pull from the bottom of 9?
That's what I would try to do. See if you can pull something down there.
Okay. Kim, can you scroll into 9 just a little bit so I can kind of see?
Yep. So you're talking about Garrett Town, Kennerling,
Gratiot Town, Kettering.
Kettering, okay.
Yep.
And Pole Town East.
Which do you think?
I think you're probably gonna get a cleaner precinct in Pole Town.
Do you think so? What about when you have Gratiot Grand and then Gratiot Town, would those kind of go together?
Yeah, but how much population is there? I mean, you'd have to see.
Oh.
It looked like there's a lot of population up here.
Okay. It just seems like you've got all of those Gratiot's there, Gratiot Grand, Gratiot.
Yeah.
Queens.
Right.
It's so weird. You've got all these little pockets out. That should work, Rhonda. Unless there's like a million people in one small spot, that should work.
Yeah, you've got 1,300 so far that's been selected.
Okay, let's take that, then the Gratiot Town and add it into,
Into 11.
yes, please. Sorry, I blinked out there for a second.
All right, that's 1,400. There we go. It's 1,440 people. And put that into 11, which is what we've got. All right, so 9 is still within the 2.5%. 10 is still a little bit on the low side. And 11 is a little bit on the low side, but within the margin. So it's really 10 is what's a little bit outside of your plus or
Can I
minus
ask,
2.5.
the plan deviation, when you added those, shouldn't that have moved?
Well, we're only seeing these, and it depends on what makes up the overall plan deviation.
Okay.
So if these are within the margin, which is what a bunch of them are, then it wasn't contributing to the plan deviation calculation.
Okay. So within all the districts that needed to be changed, it looks like the population is fairly good. Do you think there's any other changes that need to be made, Commissioner Zatella? At this time? Nope. Okay, Kim, if you could just save that one for me, that would be wonderful.
All right.
No.
And this is the 18th version 6 is what this is.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
And I will give up now. Thanks.
Commissioner Lett is next.
A pass at this time.
Okay. So Commissioner Muldoon is next.
We'll go back to version 5.
Version 5, the AM piece, right? From this morning.
It was the one, yeah, we started working on it right after lunch. We were still working.
Yep. So that would be that one there. Do you want to continue working on that one, or do you want to make a new one from the starting point of this one?
Probably just continue on from that one.
Okay.
This is the one Brittany was working on. Is that
Yeah.
what you're looking for?
All right.
So I guess Commissioner Eid, the Bangladesh community. I don't know, remember where that was at in it. If we put that in, so then we can figure out, so we don't break it up.
Yeah. So it's on the other map. You could overlay it if you want, or you could freehand it. It's pretty much like Hamtramck, the areas above Hamtramck, and the areas east of Hamtramck. That'll give you like a base, and then you can decide where you want to go from there. I think it was on V4 for today.
Good. All right. So in red is the V4 from today.
Gonna zoom out just so we can make sure that's the right plan. Can you zoom out a little more?
So the red numbers corresponds to that plan. Yep.
Yeah, you're good. This would be a good place to start, Marcus.
So basically if you zoom back in, so Hamtramck in that
area,
9 that's red now, that is not assigned, would become section 9 still.
Basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 11, because we've already got a 9 that's got.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, it'd be 11.
Yeah.
Now you got some areas that are already assigned, but some areas that are also unassigned there.
Right.
So I would
the area that's
use this as a day. Go ahead.
The area that's unassigned, it would give you be 11 then?
Yeah, basically 11. Yep.
So if we take the Hamtramck in that area and assign it to 11.
11, okay. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I go quite that far north because 14's low too, right? Yeah,
Is it?
yeah,
I was just trying to follow what
Yeah.
the
right.
what it was before, or what it was in that plan. Right, that's pretty close to what it is. We can deal with that down there, but for right now. Create 11 here. 11 is that yellow color that nobody can see, so let me go change the colors on 11 so we got a better view of it. Green, blue. Let's see. See if that does. It's a little bit light. There we go. Okay. With the 11, the way that we have it, it still needs another 8,000.
Yeah, it probably need, I don't
So-
need more. So how far north does that community go? North of Hamtramck to not break it up? Because I know 14 still low and 8 is still low.
Can I just point out that right under Highland Park, that little square, that is something that Brittany put in 8 and it got taken and just now put in 11, so we might want to put it back. I think it probably is part of a neighborhood.
Where is that? Right here?
No, over on the other side, on
To the west.
to the west.
This one right here?
No, keep going. That one. Right there, that little corner that points
that-
into 8. Yeah, that one.
So we want that back to 8?
It wasn't 8.
Okay. Let's see.
But maybe the neighborhood maps would help.
All right, that's precinct. So there's 2 precincts here, but they're being split by what we did before. So go down to block level to retrace where we were. Go back into 11. Okay, so 11 is still needing about 9,000 people.
And then 1 still needs 4,000.
And yeah, 1 needs 4,000 also.
Which
And here, so we've got this unassigned territory here.
so let's zoom in and add population to 1.
And 8.
Yeah, 8 needs it in. All right, so you want to take 1 going across this. Okay.
I think the neighborhood maps might be helpful.
Yep, I would just think of the same thing. Yep. Neighborhood map. Okay. Okay, here we go. So up through Jameson, LaSalle Gardens.
Yeah.
Okay, going into 1.
That's all right. Actually, you can take that little bit of Virginia Park out. I think you're still already over, we only need 4,000. You're at 6,000 people already.
Yeah, you're at 6,000. Yep. Sign and then go back and assign this. So you want 11 to come this way?
I think 8 can go that way too, because we still need quite a bit in 8.
Well, that's true too. Okay.
I think that's what she was trying to
do.
kept
Okay.
going back and forth. We weren't sure.
Okay, so let me go into 8. Select. So that. And let's see, that's got about 6,000. 8 needs 18,000, so you're still gonna go over this way. Go into 8. Okay, so 8 comes down here, comes down to New Center, which was where she was talking about cutting off. We can clean up some of that, but 8 is still needs a little bit more. It's 5% low.
We got part of these of Jameson and part of Wildmere Park cut off too. Looks like.
Yeah, now 1 is pretty much right where it needs to be in terms of less than 1% low. So if we take some of this, it's going to put it even lower than that.
But wonder if you finish Wildmere Park and then take maybe into 1 and then Jameson might be able to go back into 8.
Okay, we can give that a shot. That's only 835 people, but Eight's still low, 4.5%. And
But there's still room on the north side to add people to it too.
that's true. We've got
Where
11
one,
still missing. We got 9 really missing. 14 is really missing. So where's the extra? Oh, that's weird. 27.
I believe there's still unassigned areas to the east of 9.
Yeah, but why am I? Let me check for a second and see where. That's okay. So 27 has got a bunch of extra people in it down at the bottom. We'll have to investigate that one, why that is. That I don't know, but that's what's causing some of that large percentage. So we can go and clean that up later. But we want to go back to 8.
Commissioner Callahan.
As far as I know, we haven't changed 27.
Mhm.
So if 27 is messed up, I don't trust the other numbers either.
So yeah, so I was going to go and rebuild the plan. If we wanted to take a, let's see, it's almost 5 o'clock.
I think we are going to move on to other things at 5 o'clock. So
Really? Okay.
we're about done. Maybe, I don't know if Marcus wants to.
if you just want to finish that Wildmere Park to make it whole, the neighborhood looks cut in half,
Okay.
and that's gonna be good.
And when we start drawing again on a different day, Marcus, we can start out with this if you want and look what the numbers look like after it's rebuilt and.
Well, yeah. Okay, so that went back at 8.
Yeah, I think we'll do that backwards, but that's okay. I think we're all right.
Yeah, yeah.
Pick that back up on Monday.
I'll stop there. You're good.
Okay. All right, so then I think we're done with the collaborative mapping portion. And I believe we have Nate Fink on, and he is just going to present the revised mapping procedures document that he reviewed, I believe. Mr. Pink.
Yes, hi, sorry, Madam Chairwoman, thank you, and good afternoon, to everyone. So I have 2 issues. One was that I'd like to present, the recommended procedures, really recommended, revisions to the commission's rules of procedure to address the proceedings related to notice to vacate. But I also was hoping to address the question that came up yesterday related to and I'm just pausing right now because Commissioner Orton froze on the screen, but oh, actually it's moving now. So there we go. Sorry about that. this question about the use of election results during the mapping process had come up. And I indicated that I wanted to take a look at this and get back to you on that. And the legal team, we don't see any issue at all with the commission using election data while you're mapping. I think it's perfectly acceptable to do that. But the specific use of it, specifically where you're using election results to identify the location of certain communities of interest, is a different circumstance. And I think, you know, to the extent that you're using that to identify particular, if it's like a racial group, certainly any sort of, you know, BVAP type information or an alternative to a BVAP, I suppose, or something like that, should not be done. You should not be using the election results or any of the partisan data for that at all. But if you're trying to look at balancing the partisan fairness and and looking at the election data for that purpose, it's perfectly acceptable for the commission to be doing that during the mapping process. And so I just wanted to get back to you on that. I'm now ready to discuss the recommendations that we have for the notice to vacate proceedings. And it's really structured at this point as a memo from our firm to the commission. I believe it's going to come up on screen here. And just to be clear, I'm offering you our recommendations right now. The purpose of today's discussion is really not to have a discussion about it. It's just I'm going to present to you what our recommendations are. And then next week, I believe on Tuesday, the plan is for the commission to discuss the recommendations. And then I believe the plan is to have a vote, or the recommendation is to have a vote on the recommendations on Thursday, so a week from today. So now is not the time to have a real discussion about this. Like I said, I'm just going to present our recommendations in sort of an overview, and then you'll certainly, of course, have the opportunity to review them, and then we can have a discussion about it on Tuesday. So I will proceed. Oh, looks like Commissioner Lang's hand is up.
Is
Yes,
there any way
Commissioner
you can, I'm sorry, I was just gonna ask if there's any way he can enlarge it on his screen a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing. So thank you, Commissioner Lang. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but just to provide a brief overview, and I think many of you are familiar with the provisions that the existing provisions that I'm going to be referencing, but section 6 sub 3 sub E of Article 4 of the Michigan Constitution, which is the constitutional provision governing the commission, provides that a commissioner may be removed from office, and then this is quoting from the Constitution, after written notice and an opportunity for the commissioner to respond, a vote of 10 of the commissioners finding substantial neglect of duty, gross misconduct in office, or inability to discharge the duties of office. The rules of procedure that are currently controlling your most recent version of those rules provides, as we indicate here, a framework of how the notice to vacate proceeding would move forward, but it does not provide certain additional details that we think are appropriate and that we recommend the commission consider and adopt. And then from sort of a technical perspective or recommendation, but the recommendation would be to do that through section 14.2 of the commission's rules, which is the provision that allows for amending the rules. You know, obviously there's a pending notice to vacate that's out there right now, and the commission will be considering or addressing. But rather than have one set of rules just adopted for that, we think it makes sense to have a uniform set of rules that would apply to any notice. And you could implement them through your rules of procedure in order to do that. So we have a couple of recommendations. The first recommendation is to add a section. You can see where we're recommending that it be added, but that would have the commission vote on whether to proceed to the notice under the notice to vacate meeting itself. And you can see the details here, but in short, what this language we're recommending here would effectuate is that after the responding member, so the member who is being who could potentially have their seat vacated, is being accused of violating the provision that I referenced before from the Constitution. After that member has submitted their written response, which is their right under the current rules of procedure, the commission would then take a vote on whether to hold the designated special meeting.
Where did you say the plan history?
Kim, you are not muted.
Kim, you're not on mute.
And table of contents.
Now it is. Okay. So the commission, after receiving the written response from the responding member, the commission we recommend, would then take a vote on whether to proceed to the designated special meeting to address the actual notice. And the commission would then have to vote by majority vote, not the 10 votes or any other number, but a majority vote of the commission to move forward on the special meeting. If the vote fails, then the notice would be deemed rejected and the responding member would retain their seat. If the responding member failed to respond or file a response, they're not required to respond, but if they don't respond, then the commission would still vote to proceed on a special meeting on whether to address the notice. Now, the reason for this is there's a couple of reasons for this. And we lay out an explanation actually here, but this will, we think, sort of improve the fairness and efficiency of the process by creating an initial threshold that is lower than the 10 votes required to vacate. The commission can avoid forcing members to address frivolous allegations at a public hearing and potentially save the commission significant money in attorney's fees that could result from holding a complete notice meeting that is sort of contemplated. Because if the responding member's seat is not vacated, then the current rules of procedure provide that the commission then pays for that responding member's attorney's fees. Director Woods spoke about that yesterday during his report. And under the current rules, any commissioner can initiate these proceedings against any other member for any reason or no reason at all, really. I mean, they have to provide some reason under the rules, but they could theoretically make any sort of allegation they want. And even if it's completely frivolous and has no basis at all, the commission would still be required to move forward and hold the notice proceeding, the special meeting, no matter what the allegations are. And even if a majority of the commission does not believe it's appropriate to move forward with it. So our recommendation is to add this section, this provision that I've just outlined, which would hopefully help the commission to determine and sort of filter out allegations, notices, claims that are not worthy of having a full special meeting to be addressing the issue. So that's the first section that we're proposing, the first sort of addition to the rules of procedure that we're proposing. The second would be, assuming that we get to, or the commission gets to the actual notice to vacate meeting, the special meeting, we're recommending the following language be added to the rules of procedure, and we put specific recommendations as to just where the citations should be. But the overview would be that, again, assuming you're at the special meeting to address the notice, each party, so you have the initiating and the responding party. Those are defined terms in the current rules of procedure. So the initiating party, whether it's one commissioner or more than one commissioner, is sort of termed a single initiating party for purposes of at least under the current rules of procedure. So that's just kind of getting a little technical, but that's why we refer to the singular initiating party and the singular responding party. So each party, the initiating party and the responding party, would each get 5 minutes to provide opening remarks. And I want to make one overall comment before I provide a little bit more detail, which is the current rules explicitly state that the ordinary rules of evidence should not apply, like if we were in a courtroom. And in fact, it says that it's not a quasi judicial proceeding. So your typical trial that we may all see, whether it's in court, a number of us had the opportunity to see a real trial in court, or on Law and Order or any other circumstance, is not going to be like that. And it doesn't contemplate that it should be like that. But we want to provide some structure or recommend some structure that the commission can use for this proceeding. So back into the substance of it, we recommend that the initiating and responding parties each get 5 minutes. And if the initiating party is more than one member, they would have a total of 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes each, essentially. But you have 5 minutes for each side, so to speak. Then you go into the actual presentation of the notice, where the initiating party has up to 20 minutes to present the grounds under which they believe the responding member's office should be declared vacant. And again, if the initiating party has more than one person, that would be divided up between them, the total of 20 minutes. And then the responding member would have 20 minutes to address the allegations contained in the notice. And as is already contemplated or explicitly provided for in the rules of procedure, the responding member is able to retain counsel should they so choose. And so for this and really any presentation component here, we are recommending that the responding member's counsel be able to present the response in lieu of the actual responding member presenting their response to the notice. After that, we recommend that the commission hold a 30-minute questioning and answer session for the commissioners. All members of the commission, we recommend, would be able to participate in this portion of the proceedings, including the initiating members, the initiating party, the responding member. They can all participate in the question and answer period, but the questions should be, again, we recommend, addressed through the chair and directed to either the initiating party or the responding party. So if it's a responding member, so if it's not one of those, one of the two sides, so to speak, the questions and answers should not be directed to one of the non-involved commissioners, for example. And this is, the language here that the questions and answers should be germane to the proceedings and pertain only to the written documents that have been provided by the parties involved. Included a provision that the 30-minute questioning and answer session could be extended by a majority vote of the commissioners. Then we would recommend concluding with 5-minute closing remarks from each side, and again with the initiating party dividing that 5 minutes up between or among them. And then after that, we might need to make a tweak to this. I'm just seeing as we're going here. We say after the conclusion of the question and answer period, but really it would be after the conclusion of the closing remarks. The commission would then engage in a discussion of the notice. And as is contemplated by the current rules, and we're not recommending a change to this, the responding member may not participate in the discussion or resolution of the matter by the commission during that process. And then after that, the commission, we recommend, would proceed to take formal action on the notice. And again, a vote of 10, and this is provided for explicitly in the Constitution, a vote of 10 of the commissioners would be required to vacate the responding member's position on the commission. This is just some, some detail that we added here, and you can read that when we share the memo with you, but.
I think we have a couple questions. Can we
Sure,
take them
sure.
at this time?
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner Callahan?
Yeah, in the section dealing with the question and answer period, it states the questions can only be related to the written materials. We will have just listened to 40 minutes of oral presentation. Is that oral presentation information off bounds for any questions?
Well, I thank you for the question, Commissioner Callahan. First, I should say, my intention here was to present this, and then we can have a discussion about, details and the like on Tuesday. But to clarify that point, I think it's contemplated that the questions should be related to just what's in the written documents. Presumably, the presentation of the notice and the response to it is going to be related to it. I mean, it's hard to say. I'm reading what the actual provision says. So germane to and pertain to the written documents. So, I mean, one provision that I don't think I referenced here or mentioned would be that the general counsel would preside or a designee of the general counsel would preside over it. And so I think there could sort of be a kind of a judgment call as to what pertains to that. But presumably whatever's being presented in their oral presentation is going to relate to what's there. And I would think that it would be reasonable to ask, and have discussion about questions or issues that may arise during the oral presentations. But the idea is it should be tethered to some sort of written submission, because that's what the current rules of procedure contemplate, is that both sides present their written findings or allegations or responses. And we can discuss this more on Tuesday. And if you have thoughts or suggestions about alternative language, I'm happy to think about that and see if we would recommend it.
Okay, Commissioner Lang.
Okay, mine's a 2-point. First, you said that it was constitutionally mandated that it's a vote of 10. I don't believe that's accurate, is it? Because at the time, I don't believe the Constitution said anything about how to vacate a seat. So our former general counsel actually came up with this, if I'm not mistaken, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, actually, Commissioner Lang, the language that I cited and included at the top of the memo is directly out of the Constitution.
Okay.
It's section 6, section 6(3) E, and now I'm just reading right from the Constitution itself. And it says, after written notice and an opportunity for the commissioner to respond, a vote of 10 of the commissioners finding substantial neglect of duty, gross misconduct in office, or inability to discharge the duties of office.
Okay, you said that was section 6(3)E?
I
want to make sure I wrote it right.
Yep, yeah, 6(3)E.
Okay, and then my second part of the question would be, we recently took a vote to hold a February 8th. So with this being presented on Tuesday for conversation and then voted on Thursday, I guess pretty much what I'm asking is, does that make the February 8th invalid if this is voted in, or?
No, I don't think it would make this invalid at all, or make that the February 8th meeting invalid at all. The concept here is to provide, again, like I said, sort of uniform rules that would apply to any sort of notice to vacate proceedings, including the one that's already scheduled. The concept is that it would apply because the current rules of procedure don't provide details about how that proceeding would move forward.
Okay, so if they're adopted in, then it doesn't apply, is what you're saying. Just so I'm
wait, if it's adopted in, then it does not apply.
Okay.
Can you state the question again? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sometimes I don't express it Okay, so in the beginning of the document that you presented, it said that a vote would be taken by the commission, a majority vote to proceed. So if we are reviewing this on Tuesday, if it's adopted on Thursday, we already had one vote for the February 8th. So if we're adopting new rules, does that make that initial vote that was taken invalid?
Oh,
Does that
I see
make
what you're
sense?
saying. I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, if the commission chooses to adopt that new provision that we've recommended, then the commission, would have to follow its rules, and that would require the commission to vote after, because the triggering for that provision is when the responding member submits their written response. And after that has not happened yet. And so after that happens, the commission, again, under the rules that we're proposing, would then vote, have to then have a majority vote to move forward with the special meeting. So if the commission does not then decide to move forward by majority vote to move forward with the special meeting, then I think, yeah, at that point, in this particular circumstance, you're referencing the February 8th, at least the special meeting component to address the notice would then not proceed, assuming the commission didn't vote by majority vote to do it.
See everything crystal clear now. Thank you.
Commissioner Zatella.
So I just want to clarify one thing. You had indicated that your proposed revisions to our rules of procedure are saving the commission money, because you had stated that the rules say that if the vote to remove someone is not successful, then they automatically are reimbursed attorney's fees. That's actually not true. The rule actually says that the commission may reimburse attorney's fees. It's not mandatory. We'd have to vote on it. So that's just not accurate. It's not what our rules say. Secondly, our rules do also say that once we have taken action as a commission and we have voted on something, we have a procedure for a motion for reconsideration. And that procedure is that before the end of that meeting or at the next meeting, someone who voted against the action has to ask for a motion for reconsideration. And if that has not happened, then we cannot change the course of conduct of what we've agreed to. So we've already agreed to set a special meeting on the notice with respect to Mr. Eid. We decided not to proceed with the notice against me. So I think we're pretty much stuck on that with this point, and attempting to change the rules to kind of give preferential treatment to Mr. Eid, which is what I think this is exactly designed to do. I don't think it's appropriate, and I don't think it's consistent with our rules either. So I don't think we'd be allowed to do that. In any event, I don't think we should have a veto ability on the ability to actually present matters of public concern to the public. Our procedure is that if someone brings a motion, they are allowed to make their presentation on the motion, and then a vote is taken. If that vote is unsuccessful, then it's unsuccessful, so be it. But putting this pre-procedure in for any notice, where you're allowing a bare majority to silence the hearing of that notice, and most importantly, silence the public from hearing the concerns that are raised in the notice, I just don't think that's appropriate. And I don't think it's what's intended by the Constitution either. So I have some concerns about that. I also, in general, don't like when things are dropped on us in a meeting, which should be sent to us in advance of the meeting so that we have time to consider it and discuss it. So I would ask that we be sent this so that we can actually have a meaningful review of it. And yeah, I think that's about all I have to say on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Zatella. I think Mr. Woods has his hand up, but go ahead. Commissioner Orton, it's okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Just want to remind the commission that today was just a presentation only. We laid it out in the email that today would be a presentation. Tuesday would be a discussion, so materials are being sent. Our legal team, as you know, is doing this meeting and has other clients. And so what we wanted to do was provide an opportunity for a presentation today only, as outlined in the email, and then have a discussion where the commission will have the materials from this presentation on Tuesday, and then the commission would be asked to vote on Thursday. We were very open and transparent about that in dealing with the commission. I understand the concerns that are being raised, but everyone will have an opportunity for input. But the email was very clear with regards to this just being a presentation today. And I want to thank Mr. Fink for juggling the hats to get this done in a short amount of time, and in order to be responsive, but also to be fair. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to present and happy to have a discussion about this next week.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. I believe that we have an executive director's report today. So without objection, I will ask Director Woods to present that. Hearing no objection, please proceed.
Yes, commissioners, I just need your input as to whether or not for the public meetings next week, you want to go 90 seconds as you did in the last public hearings in October of 2021, or if you want to continue with the 2 minutes as outlined in our rules and procedures right now. So I just need some direction, and we can make that adjustment so we can get this information out to the public and they could be prepared when it comes to their comments next week.
Commissioner Lang, go ahead.
Under the circumstances, I would keep it at 2 minutes. They deserve it. They deserve to have their full 2 minutes.
Anyone else have a comment about that? I don't see anything else.
So there a consensus to keep it at 2 minutes?
Don't Commissioner Villette.
Mr. Woods, can you
Yes,
look in
ma'am.
your magic ball and see how many we're gonna have?
Oh, I'm not doing that because that could be a fireable offense if I'm way off. And I don't gamble, so sorry. I have no idea.
We did start at 2 minutes, so we turned it down, we cut it back because we had so many. So is it possible to leave it at 2 minutes and then if we find out we're getting so many that it's taking hours, can we change it?
The commission can do whatever it wants to do, but just so you know, if that happens, that means, one group got X amount of time and another group is getting something different. So just want you to be aware of that if you decide to make that change.
Okay.
I do have a question, kind of related. When we are at Huntington Place, well, actually both places that we're going to be at, do we have a hard stop time? I assume at Cadillac Place, I think it's 5:30. We have to be done.
Cadillac,
But
we
what
have to
about-
be done. Huntington Place, we just get into overtime,
Okay,
which happened the last time.
okay. I don't see any other comments.
All right, well, can we just get a motion so I can have some direction from someone?
Commissioner Callahan.
Just one comment based on what the previous commissioner said. I don't know what the history is and how many people we have for public comments, but if that's information we have, just before the meeting starts, perhaps it would be less upsetting to the public if we started out with 90 seconds. And then if it looked like we did not have an overwhelming number of commenters, we could graciously change it to 2 minutes and give them more time. That may be less irritating to find out you have more time than expected than to find out at the last minute that you have less time than expected. I don't know. If people plan their speeches, they don't want to get cut off, but if they find out they've got a little bit more to say, then they'll be happy to keep going.
That is a good thought. Anyone have comment about that? Commissioner Lett, your hand is up. Is that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Because I don't see me, so I think that's an excellent idea. I would move that we set the time at 90 seconds initially, and if we see that the numbers aren't so large that we can give 2, we can move to do 2. That's my motion.
And it's seconded by Commissioner Villette. So, all in favor of that
Roll
motion?
call, please.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Absolutely. The motion before you should keep is to have the public comment time set to 90 seconds, depending on the amount of people, up to 2 minutes per speaker. I will begin with a yes vote means that you are for the motion, a no vote means that you are not for the motion. I'll begin with Elaine Andrade, Commissioner Andrade,
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Ede,
Yes.
Commissioner Callum, she's gone, I think. Commissioner Lang,
No.
Commissioner Lett,
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Yes.
Commissioner Orton,
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella,
No.
Commissioner Valette,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner,
No.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Madam Chair, with a vote of 8 yes to 3 no, the vote carries. It's approved.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Director Woods?
That's all I have. I'm sure you saw my email, so please take a look at them. If you have questions, commissioners, please let me know. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any announcements? Commissioner, let your hand is up. I assume that you're wanting to make a motion to adjourn. I see, you're muted, but I see a couple other hands as well.
My face is not on here that I can see, but I move to adjourn.
Second.
Okay,
Before we do that, could I ask a question, please, Madam Chair?
yes, I was going to ask for discussion, so go
Um,
ahead.
And I'm okay with adjourning, but is there a timetable? And I guess this would go to Ms. Reinhardt for transcripts and minutes to show up on our website, because I looked at it the other day and it's substantially lacking.
I can pull that information and send it to you offline, Commissioner Wagner.
Sounds great. Thanks, Sarah.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, then all in favor of adjourning, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Oh, sorry, I can't vote.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. We are adjourned at 5:24 p.m.